Honorable members, I refer you Honorable Minister, can you stop distracting the Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Musereko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Madam Chair, I propose an amendment on the second schedule of an amendment on second schedule of the Principal Act, the Excise Duty Act, in paragraph 8, I think on the small compendium, it's page 456, to the effect that motor spirit gasoline, that is petroleum, at the moment, the rate charged per liter is 1,450, and our proposal is a reduction by 750 shillings per liter. And the justification was already given, Right Honorable Speaker. The increase in fuel prices have driven up the cost of living. The wages are no longer commensurate with the increased cost of living. All departments are now asking for increase of wages because they can no longer meet their demands. Disposable income is becoming minimal and slim. Most of government workers are running on loans, and what they had saved is no longer available because it's now consumed in transport. Different government departments other than those where you have people running on free fuel cards like ministers and others are the ones that are not feeling this. But the ordinary person that wakes up in the morning and makes their money has felt this. The increase in diesel prices have led to the increase in the prices of goods. We've tasked this government to come up with a proposal for 6 months on how fuel prices will go down, but to no avail. The only remedy we remain with, honorable members of parliament, is the whip of the tax. If we reduce this tax by 750...
You have brought your amendment. We have understood.
Then on diesel, on Part B, on gas oil automotive light amber high-speed engine, termed as diesel, it is at 1,130 per liter, and we propose a reduction of 600 shillings that will take it to 530 shillings. I appeal to you all and persuade you to support this position in the interest of this country, and I'm certainly sure that this will be a good stopgap measure to help our people get back on their feet. It will reduce fuel-led inflation, and it will also automatically send disposable income into the pockets of the people. I'm also well aware that for sure people will desist from asking from pay rise as a result of allowances based on mileage and fuel. So, assuming in the last 2 years you've been paid allowances based on mileage, and the mileage is capped at a liter at 3,000 shillings, tell me how you're making those ends meet if it's not commensurate with the pump price today. So in this, you will not only, by denying this, you will not only be cheating yourselves, but also cheating other people. That is my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, maybe the additional proposal there was the introduction of taxes on sugar confectionaries in the same schedule. Sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets and chocolates, which this government, in its way of looking for tax, in its wisdom, only exempted to zero, nil. I don't know whether those are essentials, sweets, chewing gum and others.
Sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets, chocolates have been nil. What is your suggestion?
Our
What
suggestion
percentage?
on sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets and chocolates should be at 20%.
Yes. Let's dispose one by one. Yes.
Start with the fuel.
Now you've given us a
Thank you
chewing
very
gum.
much, Madam Chair. The proposal by Honorable Sereko is a very good political proposal.
Which one?
But technically,
gum.
yes,
On which one?
on fuel,
Uh-huh.
but technically untenable,
I'm saying let's start with chewing gum.
the fuel.
Chewing gum.
I thought chewing gum, I have no comment. I wanted to
Okay.
comment on fuel.
I put a question that we amend
Part
six-
16.
part 16
Yes. Of
on sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets and chocolate by introducing the 20% duty. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now go to fear.
Madam Chair, on fuel, Madam Chair, the implication on the fuel proposal of reducing will result into 1.5 trillion revenue lost. I have looked at I've had the benefit to look at the numbers from the industry. If you reduce that fuel by 700 shillings, you are going to have 1.5 trillion deficit. Madam Chair, diesel and petrol, the taxes on diesel and petrol account for, on average, 25%. We all know that one of the big drivers of fuel has been the increase in the bar of fuel, plus the global challenges of transportation. I would like to request members to exercise some level of caution when we are dealing with tax reductions, because taxation, you cannot deal with it in a very short-term manner. If you propose a measure that is going to draw down the revenue by 1.5 trillion, that means we must be able to reduce our budget by that equal amount. I therefore propose that since you have raised we have adopted the other proposal of confectionaries, I would propose that we maintain the rates.
Thank you.
Clarification, Madam Speaker, we have a report of the Committee of Trade which demonstrated that from December to March, where we had crisis of fuel, the country received, in volume terms, the biggest ever of oil into the country, of fuel. So the issue is not about tax, because, yes, the issue is not about tax, because more volumes came in the 3 months of January to March, more than we had in September to December of last year. So I am opposed to it. That what is important is we need to check on grid, and we need to have the Ministry of Energy to exercise its mandate in terms of making control. So we should not allow...
Information. Thank you very much.
We should not allow the proposal that is being made by Honourable Member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, last 2 weeks back, the Minister of Finance was on TV crying out how they are losing too much revenues because because of the tax, the fuel prices being so high. Reason being, people are not in production, and with or without, Madam Speaker and honorable members, whether government reduces taxes on petrol and diesel or not, government is making losses. The only thing government can do is to do a reduction on fuel and also do the recovery, as we had said. We have told you last financial year alone, the tax exemption report indicated that as a country we lost 7.7 trillion shillings to exemptions. In the last 5 years alone, we have lost 21 trillion shillings. We believe if we did exempt the 1.5 trillion shillings, which would have waived on fuel and diesel and petrol, can be recovered from these exemptions if we reduce them by 50%. Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Yes, Faith, then Kanya.
Madam Chair, we are handling the issue of fuel, which is proposed by Honorable Nsereko. There is no evidence that if we reduce taxes, the pump prices will go down. There is no evidence. Secondly, Madam Chair, a few weeks ago, this House passed that we functionalized the road fund. When we put in the 100 on fuel, it was meant for road fund. Now, when we want to remove that, what will we put in the road fund? So my proposal, let's allow it to stay in the way it has been for now. There is no tax being added on fuel.
Honorable members, Ekanya.
Madam Chair, some time back, a committee of finance led by the current Minister of Agriculture, we investigated the cost of high fuel price. We even went to Mombasa, met importers and so forth. Besides tax, there are two important aspects that this House needs to address. We need, and Attorney General through you, Madam Chair, we need to have the competition law in place. As we speak now, fuel operators and importers are making super abnormal profit of more than 1,000 shillings. So even if you reduce the tax by 500 shillings, they will not, because what they do hoarding. Because we, just hold on, let me make this point. Kindly, I am informed. I'm sorry, I will give you the opportunity. Now, as we speak now, Madam Chair, this country does not have competition law. There is monopoly, there is hoarding, because we do not have a regulation. So I'm saying, Madam Chair, even if you reduce tax now by 500 shillings, the fuel importers will do hoarding, and the price will go up because they're used to making super abnormal profit. Therefore, what we need to do, I am saying beside the tax, because I don't want to legislate here and then my people in Tororo don't benefit, and then we enrich the rich people. We order the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, within a period of 1 month, to bring the competition law in this place and we solve this problem once and for all. For now, we maintain the status quo and then move forward.
Honorable members, considering the severe implication of this proposal, it has a lot of impact. Katesh has just talked about it. Faith has talked about it. I propose the Minister of Energy and together with the Finance study this matter, and you can bring in an amendment to the exercise duty any time to this effect. You're over-shouting for me. Honorable members, when I'm giving you a guidance, I am saying come back and present, go and study it. It has just come. Go and study it and bring it back. Don't think the fuel prices are only affecting one person. We are only lucky that Honorable Nsereko raised it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we do take your guidance
that this is the matter which has just come to us, and also considering our preliminary figures, I want to play to the House that we be given time to study the implications of this proposal thoroughly and then report back to the House in 3 months.
Honorable Sewungu.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you very much and being considerate. However much we come out to raise our issues, you have given us time. Madam Chair, as the Minister and honorable members goes to study this matter, let us also take keen interest in this. What is happening out there right now, Chair, is that Shell, Total, bring fuel here. But then other companies buy fuel from these particular people and they sell their fuel at a lower price, whereas those who have sold to the other buyers continue selling at a higher price. That's a very abnormal in this country.
No, that is what...
That one company is selling to a retailer, but the retailer is selling cheaper than the wholesaler.
Now,
this is totally abnormal,
Honorable,
and I think we need to give key attention to this.
You come and speak on this side.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Honorable Seung for giving that.
You know, he's a fuel dealer.
What Honorable Seung is raising is that the truth is this. Fuel is bought on auction, on quotas. He knows. Open tender system. So when somebody has done an open tender system and got his 100 trucks, he will not start selling to Shell, Total, and others. Now, Shell and Total never sell to people that in trucks. They will put it for their own facilities, and also they would run up to buy from others. The only difference is that the operational costs of Shell, they have one name in Netherlands, in London, what? The operational costs are what? High. So whatever they do, every liter you buy here in Guru is costed on that. While for me, Nandala, who brings my truck from the border, my operational costs are very low. Definitely, my charge will be what? Low. But the fuel is the same. It is the same, no difference. So the other people now, because they have the best advertising method, they say, go Shell, go Total, it's the best. But the true story, this fuel is what? The same. And for them, because of the cost. So the whole thing which you have to address, which you want to ask the Minister of Finance and Energy, to sit down and deal with the bottleneck from the point of, they say up there, up to here. Yes. If we sort that, the price of fuel here will go
Thank
down.
you, Honorable Nandala. I put a question that clause 3 be amended. 1, in item 16, that is the sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets, chocolates, by introducing the 20%. 2, 3A, opaque beer by maintaining what is in the bill of 12% or 150. B, on imported and natured spirits of alcoholic strength by value of 80% or more than, and we have reduced from 100 to 80% and 2,500 to 2,000 per liter. And D, whichever is high, D we have maintained as what is in the bill for plastics. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question at the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills third reading. The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act, the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Honorable members, we constituted a team of brains to go and discuss on the issue of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022. Can I have a report and a brief report to the effect, and then we go straight to committee stage? And I request, I really want government, I want you to listen attentively to the findings of the Select Committee on Bujagali. And you need to take an action for the good of this country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, as you are aware, I was the one who was chosen to lead the team. And these are the members I led. Honorable Bahati, the Minister for Trade, Honorable Musasizi, Honorable Ekanya, I led my lead of opposition, Honorable Chivumbi, Honorable John Taira, Honorable Batua, Honorable Roy Katale, Honorable we have a staff, we use Moses Kagwa, Honorable Mara Paul, Honorable Jane Abura, Honorable Jane my dear one, Jane Pachito, the Vice Chair, Honorable Katesh, Honorable Nangoli Gerard, Honorable Karim, Honorable Wanda. Colleagues, if there's anybody I've missed, I beg your indulgence and excuse me. Madam Speaker, When the committee went, I want to state from onset there was no politics. Everybody who was there was discussing as a Ugandan. And in that team, I've forgotten Honorable Tayewa. Our lead counsel was Honorable Tayewa, and I will allow him to speak a few minutes after I've made this presentation. And the issue we framed are the following: whether we should grant an extension to Bujagali for another 5 years, whether the financial records of Bujagali Energy Limited represent a true picture, whether the government of Uganda, whether the agreement between the government of Uganda and Bujagali was made in good faith, and whether the tariff which is being charged is the right tariff. So, Madam Speaker, we considered the accounts of Bujagali, which runs from 2018 to 2021. The accounting period is 31st December of every financial year. And Madam Speaker, this is what were the findings. I'm sorry. These were the findings. That, Madam Speaker, there's a calculation of the monthly capacity payment of what government is supposed to pay Bujagali. And I'm going to ask all members to hold their pens and write what I'm going to read. The capacity payment for any month M shall be calculated as follows. And that is CP. CP will equal to RTD, you write RTD, plus ITD, plus TERR, plus CIT, plus OT, plus OM, plus MC, plus GOU, double ERR. If you have made a mistake, we shall repeat it later. And this is what it represents. I told you capacity building is CP. RTD means the amount of repayment of tariff debt, the amount of payment of tariff debt component for that month. There's a section. ITD means the amount of interest on tariff debt, the interest on that debt. TERR means the tariff equity repayment, the tariff equity repayment and a return on that equity. And the CIT means the corporate income tax. OT means the amount of other tax component. OM means monthly operation and maintenance fee. MC means miscellaneous charge, and the other one, DOR, means the government of Uganda equity return and return on components. Madam Speaker, that is the formula. The committee interrogated this and looked at the accounts. It discovered the following: that the debt is being paid on time, the interest on debt is being paid, the return on equity is 19%, the corporation tax is supposed to be after making profit, the remaining charges are also being paid. And in the financials, Madam Speaker and my colleagues, after payment of the return on equity, there is a payment of dividend. And the committee observed the following. There are three classes of share capital. There's class A, there's class B, there's class C. Class A is for people of Bujagali has $10 million. Class C is for the people of Uganda, $20 million, with no voting right, with no dividend. Class B, preference share, with investment of $67,910, with the highest dividend over $70 million per month, per year. Madam Speaker, we looked at the accounts, the financial statements looked misleading. And because of that, we tasked Honorable Tayewa to analyze further. Madam Speaker, at an appropriate time, I'll ask you to allow me to ask him to speak for minutes. But these are the findings which we want to conclude on. That given the misleading information we had, and the computation being done in the wrong way, it has led to the tariff rates to be high, because the equity owners get two types of payments, 19%, and they even get dividends, which they are not entitled to. This has pushed up power, which would have been less than 5 cents by now. Now, for us to harmonize this, we have agreed that we allow government 6 months. 6 months to go and come back to carry out value for money in the Bujagali. And in these 6 months, this will be done with consultation with Parliament. And Madam Speaker, the committee proposes that you yourself, in your wisdom, you will constitute a committee which will work with the government, with those auditors of government, carrying out value for money, to establish the true position who has been benefiting from this project. Madam Speaker, given the type of agreement we have, if we put in every figure as it's supposed to be, the value of the return on equity, if it's the 10 shares, of 19% on $10 million would have been $1.9 million, as opposed to a notional interest of average of $100 million per year, plus dividends of over $70 million per year. Madam Speaker, within that period of 6 months, we propose that the report which will come out should be presented to the House latest by 1st January 2023. The reason we're raising January 20, somebody will say it will be a public holiday. So if it's a public holiday, you rather bring it on 31st December if it's a working day, or a next day after 1st January. The purpose is that Parliament should scrutinize that report within 3 months and come up with the final recommendation as far as Bujagali project is concerned. Is it okay? In that regard, because we are talking of 6 months, plus 3 months, 9 months, it's in the wisdom of the committee that for now the status quo remains for a period of only 1 year, which is a final period as far as Bujagali is concerned. Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to lead very professional people. They pull here and here, but I believe I did my best. So I want Madam Speaker and members of Parliament to give my colleague Honorable Tayewa just a small hint for about 3 minutes, and Paul 1 minute to conclude on this. But in all, I want to thank my committee. Can I sit here, sir?
Chair BCU, thank you so much, and thank you for leading the professionals. How about just 1 minute, and Omara 1 minute, because we are going to constitute a team that will give. We've already got information that we require. So just give us a brief. How about you come here?
Right Honorable Speaker, we went through the financial statements of BEL for the years 2019 up to 2021. We went through the power purchase agreement between the government of Uganda and the Bujagali Electric Limited. Madam Speaker, the return on equity, as said my senior colleague, on the share capital of Bujagali is 19%. And for those who don't know, return on equity is the net profit over the share capital. Madam Speaker, the financials clearly indicate that Bujagali brought in only $10 million. Therefore, the 19% or return on equity would be 1.9 million. And that's what should be paid to them. Madam Speaker, we also found out that in the computation of the tariff, they paid 67 million to Bujagali, which is 52% of the composition of the tariff cost, which in our thinking is too higher. They should have actually, yeah, all these are in dollars. They should have actually have paid them $1.9 million because that's what they're entitled to. Madam Speaker, because of that big payment, that's why the cost of tariff, why the cost of power is high. And as a result of the high price, this company has been making a lot of profit. The years we actually looked at is that in the year 2018, 2019, they made a profit of $60 million. The actual figure is actually $60,168,147. In 2020, they made a profit of $56,832,593. In 2021, they made a profit of $79,827,885. Yes, US dollars. All these are in US dollars. Madam Speaker, out of that, they were able to pay dividends to the shareholders who only contributed $10 million as share capital. In the year 2018, they paid out a dividend of $68,500,000 US dollars. In 2019, they paid out $72 million US dollars. In 2020, they paid out.
Can you summarize? We are going to have a committee that is going to bring.
I'm summarizing this, Madam Speaker, and we still believe that the accounting standard or principle of full disclosure would actually mean that if there is any money that was spent outside the share capital of 10 million should have been disclosed within the financial statements. Madam Speaker, these honorable members will agree that if you are going to have a project, the project should be financed by two sources of income. It is either share capital or loan finance or both. And these sources of income must be clearly disclosed within the financial statements. But what we see here is that the $10 million which was paid, and then the money which is from loans, and loans are clearly indicated how they will be repaid with the interest. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Omara, 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our chair, Nandala, for moderating and bringing us together to agree on the way forward. Madam Speaker and honorable members, it is now very clear to us that the agreement that the government of Uganda signed with Bujagali was very unfair to Uganda. That said, we have met all our commitments. Bujagali has been collecting all the return on equity and all the tax repayments and interest. But there has been profit which was being made, which they were not entitled to. Unfortunately, they were taking away that money as a payment on dividends, and we are taking nothing. So that's why we have recommended that the Auditor General, together with us and all the stakeholders, we go through the financial statements to establish how much money they have taken over the years so that we can really take that money to consolidated funds. What we have seen also, Madam Speaker, is that this loan, the senior loan should have been paid by 2023, which is 1 year ahead of us. But the clever people during loan consolidation and restructuring put the repayment period for another 10 years, where the payments now comes due in 2032. And the cost of negotiation is $45 million. And by the time we finish, we would have paid more money to Bujagali. This was based on a very wrong decision because Bujagali is not suffering from any cash flow problems. We have enough money there to accelerate loan repayments. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, there is enough money on depreciation and retained earnings. We are going to look at this, and with this money, we should be able to pay all the loans for Bujagali. And then the government of Uganda will begin to have all that money going to consolidated fund. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, first of all, again, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity you gave us, and especially me to lead the team. And as I said, I led a very tough team, but I've seen no minority report, so I'm so happy. But also I want to thank my team for working. Let us do this thing as Ugandans. The tariff power affects everybody across the board. And I want to tell the government of Uganda, even if it involves us going to explain to the president of Uganda, we are ready to do it, because there are people who fear to tell him. We are here to tell him that we are being cheated by these so-called investors. And Madam Speaker, this should be the opening one. And we can assure you we are going to save people of Uganda from this theft. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask Madam Speaker now that we can now move to committee stage.
Honorable members, I want to make these remarks before we start the committee stage. I am happy the Attorney General is here. We are the majority shareholders. We must have the voting rights. That means we need an inclusion in the board as Ugandans. We cannot afford having no Uganda in the board. We need that to be done immediately. That's one. The dividends that are paid to Bujagali, to those people, should also be paid to us. Our contribution is 20 million, theirs is 10. How come we are not getting dividends? We need dividends as Ugandans. We need to have a forensic audit and determine value for money. A forensic audit must be done immediately. And according to our rules of procedure, section 190, I therefore announce the committee, a select committee that should go and work together with the audit work and find out what is happening in that area, and thereafter we'll have a meeting with the executive on this issue. And I want us to remove politics from it. Honorable Chivumbi, when I say now let's go and call a spade to the president, he should be able to do it. It's not about a party, it's about Ugandans. I will have Honorable Taebwa, Honorable Mara, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Honorable Karim Masaba, Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi, Honorable Katesh, Honorable Katalin Loy, Honorable Nakut, and Honorable Afoyo Chan. Those are 9 members of the select committee. And this team will be led by Honorable Katesh. We need a report to that effect. I want to thank you. And I want a report in this house. Tell me how much time do you need, since you have looked at the accounts. Nathan, how much time do you need? I am giving you 3 months to make a report to this house to the effect. And on that reason, therefore, it is also an agreed position that we give them a waiver for 1 year.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022, Clause 1.
I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, the committee recommends that Clause 4 be deleted. Justification: there is need to undertake comprehensive study of our current tax exemptions so as to inform any further tax exemptions.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, are you okay with the deletion?
Madam Chair, we stand with our proposal in the bill.
Chair, I thought clause, this is where we have the Bujagali, not so? Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, in 4A, we are subsection 1, we are substituting it for 2022 with 2023. That's to begin with. Then, because we have now agreed.
We are substituting 2027 with the 2023.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Substituting with 2023.
Yes.
But also the other one, the committee had initially deleted the whole section. So that's the only part which is coming back according to if we have agreed as a House. That's why the chair, first it had been all deleted. And the justification for deletion was to remove Bujagali, and these exemptions which have been talked about where it has been done in other laws, that we need a comprehensive study first before more exemptions can be granted. This is basically dealing with exemption. And Madam Chair, if we delete B, C, we are able to save about almost 3 trillion shillings from the report we have.
So can we have A redrafted, how it should be?
Madam Chair, just like we are saying in 4, we have in subsection 1 AC by substituting 2022 with 2023. And we're done. Then the rest is deleted.
Okay?
Yes, that, I concede, Madam Chair.
Chair?
Madam Chair, on A, I have no problem with the new development of substituting 2027 with 2023. However, on B, Madam Chair, the proposal is seeking nothing else but to harmonize what already exists in other acts, the VAT, stamp duty, and the others. So I pray that Part B stands.
Madam Chair, as a committee, it has been agreed that these tax exemptions and the waivers need to be reviewed. A total analysis has been carried out that we are losing over 7 trillion shillings per year in the form of tax exemptions and waivers. And we are not ready to grant more, and if Parliament agrees, we are not ready to grant more until a total analysis of what has been granted, the benefits.
Honorable Nandala, we made a ruling in this House. We gave a committee work and said we want to know all the beneficiaries of tax exemptions. And before we do that, we are looking for money. We are not waiving off before we get a report. We want to know the basis of the waivers. Katesh.
Madam Chair, I'm actually surprised that my brother here, the minister, is attempting to not to defend this. We are trying to help government. There are studies which are on record that show that the cost of exemption is bleeding our budget. So, for goodness sake, government, let us put a stop on the exemptions, do a study. It is part of actually your domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Let us analyze the cost benefit of these exemptions. It will help us unlock the tax revenue that we need. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem in financing our budget.
And we've passed a resolution to that effect. Can you concede?
Madam Chair, I concede.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 4 be amended in A as proposed by Honorable Mafavi and replacing 2027 with the 2023 and deleting the rest of the clause. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Now, Madam Chair, the clause 5, we are proposing that it's amended in paragraph C by deleting the phrase "and any excess of the expenditure and losses shall be carried forward to the subsequent year of income. This is based on the objective, the justification for this, Madam Speaker, the justification for this, Madam Speaker, is to do away with the proposed gross allowed of 50%. And if you remove the gross allowed of 50%, by implication, brings it down 15%. And this will make it easier for tax administration.
Thank you.
And the taxpayers from carrying forward the excess of the expenditure will also ease the complication in accounting.
And Honorable Minister, since we are operating a cash budget of a year, that would now, yesterday we set a precedence that we should not carry forward.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee and I therefore concede.
Thank you.
Chair, we have an issue with this one. This is where Eponami is going to reap this country. It's on this provision. In my minority report, I emphasize that we need a year for Eponami that says it has magic technology to improve our revenue, and in which it will net off 15% of added revenue from the base of 90. Now, if we manipulate the tax now and increase revenue, inherently, Eponami is going to be a net beneficiary of a natural growth of revenue. So our own bone of contention was this year, we see if, because we are tired, Honorable Speaker, we are tired of companies like Eponami, SICPA, and a category of them that come here, do nothing, and reap our country. We only benefit because we have manipulated the tax. So our bone of contention that now this is going to be their first year of implementation. Let us see their magic bullet they have. Then later on next year, if we see they have not done much, government should be informed to terminate this agreement. As I explained, it's so horrible, so bad an agreement, and we need to investigate chambers and entities that negotiate these agreements. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my bone of contention is that we don't increase the tax on this one. It stays as it is this year, to give Eponami a benefit of doubt that it has gotten a solution, for it not to benefit because we have increased the burden on Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker.
I wanted to find out, are we making this amendment for only Rapo what?
Chair, it's not only Eponami. The way the formula is, and the committee should have been very explicit, is that we are not saying there's going to be no tax, payable on rent. It's going to be there.
So what are you suggesting?
So we are suggesting that for this financial year, let's not tinker with the formula as it is, so that Eponami can do its magic. Now, if Eponami is found to not operate, then government will be informed that you entered a very terrible deal. But right now, there will be more revenue generated because of a tax increase on rent, and Eponami will walk away with the benefit.
Madam Chairperson.
Yes.
I'd like to give a clarification to the House that the agreement with Eponami did not bring any variations in the taxes. What the proposal is seeking, Honorable Chivumbi, is about clarifying taxation of rental. And it's basically to ease administration and compliance. Where I think you are coming from, you know that when we do this, perhaps Eponami will collect more, will collect more, and therefore demand more in terms of payment. But I want to, Madam Chair, there are matters of policy in nature, like what Honorable Chivumbi is addressing, which we can deal with. I'm proceeding very well. No, you can.
No, he's on procedure. He's on procedure.
Yes.
He's on procedure.
I'm on, no.
He's on procedure.
Yes.
Henry is on procedure.
So, Madam Chair, therefore, I would like to appeal to the House that in the spirit...
By the way, this is a new insertion. It's a new insertion. After 1A, they're inserting it. It wasn't there before. It is an insertion. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would like to invite the House, in the spirit of helping the government raise revenue to finance the budget, we support our proposal as amended by the committee and we move.
Madam Chair, what I wanted to help our colleagues understand, the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi is not saying that government will not raise more revenue. He actually agrees with you. However, you government have signed an agreement with a blockchain company in technology that states they will introduce a solution that will help you raise more revenue in rental income. Don't worry. It has failed to give you this solution. And for that, it takes a percentage of the rental income collected after the increment. Now, having failed through blockchain technology, and this is why you need to understand technology, it runs to you to raise a new formula which is based on gross automatically. A new formula based on gross, which we would all like, will give a spike in this rental income by another 200 billion. And this company will walk away with 20%, which would be 40 billion for no business done, for effort done by Parliament. There is a reason you should interest yourselves in technology. Because by one mere statement, like you saw in the agreement, which talks about blockchain visualization, data processing, is in short, you're performing for them. Therefore, we agree that this will boost government revenue. What the Honorable Mwanga is saying is that, in short, they are just using this Parliament as a conduit to realize the effect of profit. Therefore, the issue here is, Honorable Mwanga is trying to impeach these very insane agreements that we are signing with tech companies from a point. No, it's not in the bill, but it is implied. When the revenue goes up, therefore, there is a benefit for someone else.
Can we hear from another person? We've understood what you're saying. Let's hear from the chairman. What was the basis of that inclusion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, when Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi brought this matter to the committee, we generally, all of us, almost unanimously, agreed that it was a bad agreement with Eponami. That is agreed. But his contention is that if we increase the rent, the rental tax, we'll not know how much Eponami has contributed. But we are saying, let's deal with this, then we can deal with the issue of Eponami separately. And Madam Chair, my opinion is that...
We are dealing with the principle, with the bill, not with an institution. The institution can be handled the way you're going to handle Bujagali.
Madam Chair, actually we were of the view in the committee that after we've disposed these bills, then we can deal with the issue of Eponami as part of our oversight responsibility. But you may choose, Madam Chair, to to set up another ad hoc committee specifically to look at that issue.
Nathan? No, we cannot have so many ad hoc committees. Yes?
Madam Chair, I want to support the chair of the committee. He has made it clear. What thing we have to distinguish here, we have to know what will be Eponami's, where does it start to earn the 20 what? Of course it was 20, now they have reduced it to 15%. By the way, to reduce, of course, some people also said, but we want to thank the former leadership of URA, which was properly sacked because of that agreement. Because they had stuck, it came with 20, and they are tax exempt. Then eventually there are people who put up issues. I think then I'm told somebody saw sense. They reduced it to 15%, and one of them was sacked is around here because of the Eponami. So, Madam Chair, the minister should help us to understand from here, from maybe. Does it, when we increase our tax now as we are making, so that the tax base is going to become wide, at what point does the Eponami come in? And that's why the chair of the committee is suggesting, I don't think we need another local committee, is suggesting that now after this exercise of the bills, the next work to be done is that Eponami agreement to see what happens, and the minister maybe at that particular time will come up to explain proper where does the Eponami start to earn its 15%.
Yes. And in doing the oversight role, I think the committee should be able to make a follow-up on that particular company, Honorable Chivumbi. And I am happy you're a member of the committee.
Chairperson, actually for me, the committee knows that we did a lot of good work on that very provision. But it's high time, Right Honorable Speaker, we use...
Madam Speaker, I was appointed the Shadow Minister of Finance by him at that committee. He's not supposed to talk without asking me. Is he procedurally ready to continue speaking when the minister has spoken?
Honorable members, I think let's not legislate for a particular company. Let's make the bill, and then Katesh, you have something. A shadow minister, you are not supposed to speak.
Comes in. Of course, I was busy both in the budget and taxation. I was running two committees at the same time. I delegated some of my powers to him, but I've since called them back. Honorable Chair. and I would not reduce a former role to a shadow minister to that extent. Right Honorable Speaker, a bone of contention should be understood here. Sometimes in my language, which I will use, when you have a banana, and this repti banana, and it has a crack somewhere, he knows that on a general, the Waganda say, that's why you start ripping it. Now, there was no way we could start ripping these fun agreements, one by one. And don't, Honorable Speaker, target only Eponami. We should go even for SICPA, which is marking off on fuel. We go for all those...
Honorable, I have given you powers to go to all the companies that you use. That is your oversight role. And report
on how many days I can consider on this, and report in how many days, because they are...
Tell me how many days do you want?
You give us 2 months as a Committee of Finance.
2 months, Committee of Finance. First of all, I had given you 1 month to report on all the exemptions, and you have not reported. I am going to write back to you. I am going to write to you. You've not reported on the exemptions. I now put a question. Honorable members, I put a question at clause B5. Clause 5. Be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question at clause 5 as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
A deletion.
Madam Chair, in clause 7, the committee is recommending that it be deleted. The justification is 89 GB of the Income Tax Act already provides for the manner of the treatment of the cost of acquiring a depreciable asset in petroleum exploration. 89 GB.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, the committee recommends that clause 8 be deleted. This is because the proposed amendment is very restrictive, for it seeks to remove the 7 days within which a taxpayer makes a payment after furnishing a return.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 8 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Clause 9, I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Deletion.
Madam Chair, on clause 10, the committee recommends that it should be deleted. This is because the proposed clause seeks to restrict business asset to mean only land, and yet land is a factor of production. Actually, the minister had offered to withdraw it, but we did not get the...
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, it is true I agreed with the committee when I appeared, and I therefore concede.
I put a question that clause 10 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12, Chair.
Clause 12, Madam Chair, this is a proposal of amendment that clause 12 is substituted with the following 12, amendment of third schedule to of the Principal Act. The third schedule to the Principal Act is amended by substituting for Part 6 the following. Part 6, rental tax rates for individuals. Gross rental, we are proposing, gross rental income not exceeding 2,820,000 per annum. That's around, I repeat it. Not exceeding Uganda shillings 2,820,000 per annum. That is 235,000 per month, nil. Rate of tax, nil. Exceeding Uganda shillings 2,820,000, but not exceeding Uganda shillings 12 million, rate of tax 7.5%. Exceeding Uganda shillings 12 million, but not exceeding Uganda shillings 60 million, that is 5 million shillings per month, 10%. Exceeding Uganda shillings 60 million, 15%. So the same as companies. The proposed amendment has categorized the rates in two thresholds, taking into consideration the differences in rental income earned by individuals engaged in rental business, making it a progressive tax. I don't know whether I need to clarify that here the issue we are dealing with is that the minister is proposing Madam Chair, what we are Madam Chair, what we are proposing here, the minister had proposed that we should have a flat rate of 12% for individuals, that we don't allow them any expense as cost which is allowable. Now, what we are saying that's going to be unfair for the individuals, and he had also proposed that there shouldn't be any threshold, and we thought that makes it very difficult taxing even somebody with a Mizigo who is probably earning 100,000 a month, that it is even not cost effective for URA to go chasing people with 100,000 to collect this tax from them.
So you're making it a progressive tax?
Yeah, so what we've borrowed the principle of pay as you earn. Madam Chair, we are borrowing the principle of pay as you earn, that those who earn more should pay more. And that's the recommendation of the committee, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable.
Madam Chair, there is also, on the other side, for non-individuals, we also amended that we don't carry forward losses, and therefore we propose that a tax of 15% on gross income for companies.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think we need to put these things into context. My proposal is for individuals, we said we tax as 12% irrespective of the rental income earned and irrespective of the expenses incurred. For the companies, our proposal is to allow 50% as expenses. Then we tax another 50% by 30%.
Honorable Minister.
You can seek clarification, but not information. Because I'm well informed on this subject. Would you like me to clarify?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm giving my senior colleague here information and clarification. According to the committee report, we are proposing 15%, which is a flat rate of the gross. So when you get any income you're earning and you remove 50% a deductible, and then subject it to a 30% taxation, it is 15%. I think he's confused with the math, but we are trying to just make it simple and make it very easy such that companies cannot claim in the next financial years on deductibles. So it's the same rate the committee is proposing, but the figures are confusing him. 15%.
Madam Chair, on the issue of non-individuals, the issue of non-individuals that the minister is reintroducing, we've already dealt with it in clause 5. So we don't have to revisit that unless it's being recommitted.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, that's why I have to be given time to explain these things for the House. First of all, Honorable Karim, what you are trying to say to achieve in the 15%, there is what we call the effective tax rate. The effective tax rate, we arrive it after charging 30% from the 50% remaining. What Honorable Kefa is saying, we passed the amendment, yes, but also clause 12 is about the schedule. And what the schedule is bringing, what I'm trying to address is the proposal which Honorable Jane has just presented. It is seeking to defeat our proposal of application of allowable expenses to 50%. Madam Chair, I have a question to ask. I may not be answered. Do we need revenue from rent?
Can we make the amendment and we move on? If you're rejecting it,
sorry?
State the amendment. Now you're lecturing us.
Madam Chair, I don't agree with the committee proposal, and I want to propose an alternative as follows. That for individuals, we propose to maintain the threshold of 2.82 million, which means that anybody who earns below the threshold does not pay rental income tax. However, Madam Chair, we propose that anyone earning rental income above the proposed threshold be subjected to the tax of 12% of gross rental income. For companies,
Honorable Minister, before you move on, we need a progressive tax. Don't put everybody in just a blanket, a flat rate.
No. But if, Madam,
Honorable Musasizi, when you look at our proposal, actually, you'll be generating more income. But what the committee is looking at taxing those who are earning a lot of income at a higher rate than the people who are earning very little. And to give him an example of the issue of the companies, why we are telling him that our proposal is way better, you take, for example, a company that is earning 10 million. A company which is earning 10 million, 50% of that is 5 million. And 30% of the 5 million is 1.5 million. And the committee is recommending a flat rate of 15%. A flat rate of 15% still on the income of 10 million is 1.5 million. That is our argument as the committee. And then we have a progressive tax on individuals, because we have individuals who are earning billions in rentals, who are earning billions of shillings in rental income. And there are those who are earning very little, as low as 2 million. So we want to differentiate the two.
Katesh?
Yeah. I want to support the Honorable Minister and state the reasons and appeal to my colleague why. First of all, having a threshold is good. It will protect the small people who are trying to do developers. So that principle is very good. What I don't support is having bands created.
So we
It
need
is
a
going to be a tax administration. It's going to create implementation problems in tax administration, but also you are going to have people doing a lot of tax planning schemes to fit within the bands. So we would rather provide a threshold, protect that man who is trying to, man or lady who is trying to do small investments. Then we have a flat rate of 12%. Madam Speaker, that will be progressive. If you want earn 1 billion, you apply 12%. If you earn 10 million, you apply 12%. Then we move forward.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the minister. As proposed by the minister. Honorable Musasizi, those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House report thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Income Tax Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Honorable member, thank you.
Bill second reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Chivumbi, do you have?
We do report, and if it's the wish of the sponsor of the bill, he can briefly speak to it, and we go to the committee, and we tackle coffee in the afternoon.
Honorable Minister, can you speak a bit to your minister? To your bill. Present. Move a motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Attorney General, by Finance, by Kinkizi, by Amos, by Bahati, Prime Minister, by Honorable Minister. Can you give us a symposium by James Azar? A symposium on your...
Madam Speaker, the Tax Procedures Code Bill seeks to amend the Tax Procedures Code Act 2014 to provide for the time frame for registration of tax agents, to provide for the temporary closure of business until compliance with the requirements of the electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps, to provide for disclosure of information on contracted services, to provide for penalties for failure to affix or activate tax stamps, printing over and defacing of tax stamps, forgery on tax stamps, failure to use electronic receipting or invoicing, forgery or electronic receipt or invoice interference with the electronic fiscal device or the electronic dispensing control device, and provide for payment of informers and other related matters. Madam Speaker, we presented this bill on the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm aware they considered the bill and now they are ready to report back.
Thank you for the synthesis of the bill.
The Tax Procedures Code, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022, Bills Committee stage.
Hansard, I want you to capture the bill. Now that there was nothing in contention, capture the bill. I mean the report, and have it in the Hansard, so we can move to committee stage. Honorable members, before we go to committee stage, I put a question that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question at clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question at clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question at clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, there is an amendment. Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 4, we propose that that clause 4 is substituted with the following. 4. Amendment of section 33 of the Principal Act. Section 33 of the Principal Act is amended. A. In subsection 1, by inserting immediately after the word payable, the words or for failure to comply with the requirements of the electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps within 30 days from the date of the notice. B, by substituting for subsection 2 the following: where a taxpayer does not pay the tax due or fails to comply with the requirements of electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps after service of a notice under subsection 1, the commissioner or authorized officer may issue an order to close down part or the whole of the business premises of the taxpayer for a period not exceeding 30 days. And then C, by substituting for subsection 5 the following: 5, if the taxpayer complies within the tax obligations under subsection 1 during the period of closure, the commissioner shall immediately remove the notice referred to in subsection 4. And the justification for this, Madam Chair, there is need to undertake a comprehensive study of tax. Okay, on one, the feeling was that before a shop is or any business is closed, that the person is given notice. And then we discussed for how long a notice is required. We thought that having it in 7 days, as is in the Principal Act at the moment, is too short a notice, especially at this point in time when the system is just being rolled out. And I think the others are fairly consequential to that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, we agree with the principle as proposed by the committee that indeed any taxpayer or anyone else needs to be given notice before any action is taken, which may have an adverse effect, or any action for that matter, because that is the principle of the Constitution. However, for tax purposes, longer periods of time given to persons allow for breach of tax principles. For example, if you give someone notice that I am going to be coming to your place to close it for this purpose within 30 days, you have in essence told them, go away. The 7 days is a short period. In fact, ideally, if it were not against the Constitution, we would not even give notice. But we need to give a short notice, and honorable members need to appreciate that while we need to give the notice, we need to be able to allow, we shouldn't be able to allow the intending tax offender time to arrange their spaces. So, Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I propose that we do take the principle, but allow for 7 days notice. It should be sufficient. Secondly, the system that we are talking about now, Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, you did give notice of this IFRIS in the last cycle, and it came into force by law a year ago. So everyone is expected to have notice of this. So we are proposing that a 7-day period will be sufficient for these purposes. We propose.
In the current Act, it is 14 days. 7 days, 7 days. Now the committee is proposing 30 days. What was your basis of varying from 7 to 30?
Although Attorney General has...
And then there is the one of 14 also to 30.
Although the Attorney General has argued that the system came into place about a year ago, I think it's generally accepted that the system is just being rolled out. And because it's still being rolled out, it's still new, we thought that people need sufficient notice and not just to close them down as it is at the moment. And as we look at these laws almost every year, we thought that if we can look at it again, probably next year, by then more people would have got used to what is happening, and it will not be a surprise to them. So we can probably reduce it to what the Attorney General is advising us it is at the
Honorable
moment.
Minister.
Madam Chair, considering the committee's strong view and our strong view as well, I would like to appeal to the House that we settle for 15 days as a win-win.
I concede, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Musasizi. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 2022.
The bill passed and title settled. I want to thank you so much, honorable members, for all this time. I want to thank the committee. I have only one pending report from Honorable Ayume. Honorable Ayume, you are the only one who will have not presented the report in this session. It is 14:30 to 30. We are suspending the House for 1 hour.
This week on UBC.
That is the lake which is on the Uganda north of 20,000 shillings. And the name of the lake, it is called Lake Nyinambuga. It is 130 meters deep. So the lake is very beautiful and it's rich in biodiversity. So when you're here, you could be able to see Ndali Lodge, and then you could be able to see the distinctive hills in this area, as well as Rwenzori Mountain.
We bring you a fresh, well-researched program to help you identify opportunities for investment, job creation, growing your entrepreneurial skills, wealth creation, and social transformation. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Every week, we showcase opportunities for creating new products and services. Excellence in innovation, the passion and drive to succeed, and the right mindset to grow your business. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Brought to you by Operation Wealth Creation.
This week on UBC.
I like to be outside, to work, to help people everywhere. Not only in Afghanistan, everywhere.
Yes, to
I
pass
didn't
everything.
like the history.
You didn't like history?
I didn't like. I hate that. Some people don't like to a lady be their manager or
Yes.
say something to them or advise them. They don't like this. They will make some create some problem for them. But I try to
push.
Yes, to push and go ahead.
She is a doctor by profession, a gynecologist, and of course our super soul sister today is Mukia, who is going to tell us her story. I don't want to ruin it for you.
In Afghanistan, the man never came to a gynecologist.
Yes, never. They always say, no, that's women things, women stuff.
My name is Damali Sali and I welcome you to this episode of the Ideation Corner. The Ideation Corner is a space where ideas are discussed and dissected. And today I host Vanessa Nakate. Vanessa is a climate justice activist and the author of The Bigger Picture. And she's going to tell us all about it. Vanessa, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
Right.
I'm very happy to be here and to also know that through this many people can get inspired to do something about the environment, and about the lives of the people. I remember in 2018, I started to do a lot of research about some of the challenges that the people in my country, Uganda, were facing. And when I realized that climate change was one of those challenges, I was actually surprised. We all know climate change in school to just be the changes in weather patterns over a long period of time, but we are not taught the reality of what's actually happening on the ground. So I started to read more about climate change to understand the causes, but also understand the impacts of this crisis. And as I read through the impacts, I realized that some of these things were already unfolding in Uganda. For example, the floods, the landslides, the drought. So with the rising, global temperatures, there are these changes in weather patterns causing these climate disasters. And when I saw how much it threatens so many people, threatens Uganda as an economy, because we know that Uganda heavily depends on agriculture, for the survival of so many communities. And where the climate crisis is, it means, crops getting dried up in intense heat, or farms getting destroyed and washed away because of landslides or because of floods. So this was a challenge for so many people, because in the end, a lack of rain means starvation for so many people. And too much rainfall means destruction. And when you're in Kampala, sometimes you don't think about what happens beyond your family or beyond your house. But when you start to look and you see how people's lives are impacted, for example, in places in Kasese, areas around Mount Elgon, you realize how much climate change is actually real and affecting so many people. So in that time, I decided that I had to do something about it. I had to use my voice and my platforms to demand for climate justice and to also create awareness, because there is need for people to know about this challenge, because when people know, they always find something to do. Mm-hmm. If you know that you're in a burning house, you do everything you can to get out of that house. So that's why we believe creating awareness for the climate crisis is so important, because we need as many, climate activists as possible to rise up for the people and for the planet. So what I did personally, being inspired by Greta Thunberg from Sweden, who had started the climate strikes, I also started striking every Friday and sharing, most of my strikes on social media. I started to reach out to different communities. I started to reach out to schools as well, to create this awareness about, climate issues, but not only to create or communicate the crisis, but to also communicate the power in people's voices, the power in people's actions in transforming this world and making it a better place for all of us. So along the way, I have, got to work with different activists within Uganda to do different projects, different programs, and I think it's been 3 years now of activism. And like I said, last year, my book was launched, A Bigger Picture, and A Bigger Picture tells a story of me when I started my activism and why I started my activism. But it doesn't just talk about my story, but it also talks about stories of different activists in Uganda, different activists across the African continent, because I thought it was important, to have more voices, more stories, and more experiences included, in this book. Every activist has a story to tell, and every story has a solution to give, and every solution has a life to change. So it was very important for me to have, different voices, different activists, have their work mentioned and talked about in a bigger picture. And, in a bigger picture, I also talk about some intersections of climate change and the other issues, that affect people. For example, I remember months, when I had just started striking for climate, many people, would make comments like, why are you fighting for the climate? And yet, you could fight for poverty instead, to end poverty, because that's what's happening in many places. But then I started to educate myself about how, poverty intersects with climate change. And I got to understand that as, the climate disasters, as they destroy people's homes, as they destroy schools, as they destroy people's farms, people's sources of income, people are actually left in poverty, in extreme poverty. So I got to understand that the climate crisis actually creates poverty traps that are passed on to, generations in communities. And I realized that we can't have, climate justice without, poverty eradication. And we cannot have, poverty eradication without climate justice. The two go hand in hand. I started to explore more and learn more, about, things like zero hunger and realizing if climate change is leaving millions of people with no access to food, that means that we can't achieve zero hunger without climate justice. We've seen, the recent Eastern African drought that left more than 26 million people with no access to food and no access to water. So in a bigger picture, I also talk about these connections of the climate crisis and other issues.
Okay. I'm so glad that in the bigger picture, you first of all, you're detailing your journey.
Yeah.
But then also you're giving a platform to the other climate activists who are in the space. And I also then remember also you tend to talk about there can be climate justice without racial justice. So in what context do you put that?
Yeah, that's again another intersection of climate change and, for example, racial injustice. Racial injustice and climate injustice can be talked about in a number of forms, and I'll just mention some of them. For example, we realize that, Black people or Black communities are the ones who are on the front lines of the climate crisis. Starting with the African continent itself, historically, Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 4% of global emissions, and yet many Africans are already suffering some of the most brutal impacts of the climate crisis. I've given you examples of what climate change has done in Uganda, examples of how, the Eastern Africa drought that left more than 26 million people dead, hungry and failing to access, food and water. And then, there was a tropical storm, Anna, that landed in southern Africa just a few days back, and it has caused massive destruction, in areas of Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, leaving, over 80 people dead, thousands, losing their homes. Schools have also been destroyed, power lines have been buried, and people, have no access to electricity as well. And when you look at how the climate crisis has been affecting some of these regions, you realize that just in 2019, Cyclone Idai ripped apart large parts of the African continent, and it's still the same countries, Mozambique, Malawi, that were so impacted, and it left more than 1,300 people dead. So the climate crisis is, already destroying vast parts of the African continent. And that's an injustice because in the end, we know that Africa is one of the least contributors of CO2 emissions. We've also seen Black communities, not just in Africa, but even in the United States, even in Europe, even in the UK, many Black residences are in places, that are exposed to air pollution, to water pollution. I can give the example of the Flint water crisis, that exposed so many Black children to unclean water. There's a story of a young girl in the UK whose death was recently connected to air pollution, a young Black girl. So these are some of the issues of race and climate, and also to bring it in the perspective of who is being listened to in some of these spaces. While Africa, while the African continent is on the front lines of the climate crisis, it is not on the front pages of the world's newspapers. And we've seen different activists from Africa struggle to have their voices listened to, their voices platformed and amplified, probably through interviews or through conferences. The previous, COP26, which just ended last year, I saw how some, activists couldn't make it to the COP because they couldn't access vaccination because of vaccine iniquities, because they couldn't access funding or accreditation to attend the conference. So in the end, how can we have climate justice if the most affected people are not in the climate conversations? So in the end, we can't have, climate justice without racial justice. The two go hand in hand and intersect with each other, because it's like one system, and if one part of the system is broken, eventually the whole system will come crashing down.
Okay, so you did mention Africa contributing less than 4% to the
global emissions,
and on top of that, our African voices not necessarily being given the audience, the platforms to be able to air that, and yet they're the same communities that are affected the most. What do you feel can be done about that by, first of all, the people themselves, the Africans, but then also maybe also the governments?
We as African people, we have a responsibility to speak out for ourselves. If you're not given a table, you create that table for yourself. So we have a responsibility to speak out for ourselves and use our platforms to demand for climate justice, for the African continent. Because when you really think about how it is one of the least emitters, and yet it is among the most affected by the climate crisis, that enough should, give you the push you need to demand for climate justice for the African continent. And when it comes to the African leaders, there's a huge responsibility on the African leaders to unite behind the science, to unite with the activists and help us in demanding for climate justice. And one of the ways is through some of the investments that African leaders accept in African countries. They're harmful to biodiversity, to ecosystems, to the planet itself. So one of the ways is saving investments, and having investments that don't harm the people and the planet, but investments that ensure that the people are protected and the planet, is also protected. And the other thing, as we go, as we head towards COP27, it's going to be in Egypt. It's going to be on African land, on African soil, So it's a huge opportunity for African leaders to really unite together and put demands on, climate issues like climate finance, to talk about the loss and damage that is already happening on the African continent when it comes to the climate crisis. Because when we as activists, we will speak and demand, but we need the leaders as well to come in, the ones who end up in those negotiation rooms, to come in and unite as African leaders to put a demand, especially for climate finance. And talking about climate finance, you've asked what needs to be done for the African continent, to make things better. We need climate finance. We need climate finance for adaptation, climate finance for mitigation, climate finance for loss and damage. As we see the climate crisis, loss and damage is already happening. Loss and damage is leaving so many people with nothing. People are losing cultures, people are losing their histories, and we can't adapt to lost histories. We can't adapt to lost identities. We cannot adapt to starvation. We can't adapt to, the losses and the damages that are happening because of the climate crisis. So it's important that, a demand is put, a demand for climate finance, because we know who caused the climate crisis and we know who needs to pay, for the climate crisis. This is a matter of reparations, giving climate finance to vulnerable countries that are, already suffering the worst impacts of the climate crisis, so that they can easily build greener economies for their citizens. We've had questions like, we've seen scenarios where African nations are facing so much pressure to transition, and yet this transition also threatens people in terms of employment. So the question is, how are African nations going to transition, to greener economies without having to bury the people in extreme poverty? So there is a huge responsibility for the Global North to provide climate finance for adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, so that African nations can easily build and transition their economies, to more sustainable economies, so that in the end, the planet is protected and people are protected. People are not buried into extreme poverty and more suffering.
Okay. Thanks. You mentioned COP27, and recently you guys were at COP26.
Yeah.
I didn't follow it very closely, but of the people views I saw,
yeah,
it appeared that people felt like nothing. It was more talking,
yeah,
talking and talking and talking. Do you feel that was your same opinion? And also, do you think then COP27 will be any different?
Well, I can first say we've had 26 COPs.
I forget.
And, with all these 26 COPs, emissions have continued to rise. Temperatures have continued to rise, and the climate crisis has continued to escalate, and people have continued to suffer. And while at the COP, there are these celebrations within the halls that, something was happening, something positive was happening. And then, as the COP was almost coming to an end, there's this climate tracker that shows us that we are on a pathway of 2.4 degrees Celsius with all the commitments and promises, that have been made by the leaders. So you realize that 2.4 degrees is global devastation for so many communities. It is a death sentence for so many communities. 1.2 degrees is already,
We're at 1.2?
Yes.
And we're on a pathway to get to 2.4?
Yes, that's what the climate tracker showed.
We're going to double it?
It's more like doubling it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So 1.2 is already disastrous for so many people, especially, on the African continent. So what will 2.4 degrees do? So you realize that even with the commitments, we are still speeding up in the wrong direction. And, as we head to COP27, my message to leaders is that commitments will not stop the warming of the planet, and promises will not stop the global temperatures from rising up. The pledges will not stop the suffering of people, because we've had all these COPs. I haven't attended all of them, but I'm certain they've been full of commitments and promises and pledges, and yet the situation continues to get worse. So it won't be commitments or promises or pledges that will save the planet. It will be real action. And that's what we hope to see at COP27.
Okay. You did talk about climate finance. My question, me not knowing much about this climate crisis, I follow it from from an observer end. Is there already money for climate finance? Have they provided that money, or are there just commitments for climate finance?
Well, a few years back, $100 billion was promised by, the global north for vulnerable countries to be able to, cope with the climate crisis. And it has not yet been delivered. So those are some of the, the challenges that we see, in the climate conversations, that even the promised money has not yet been delivered, for the countries that are vulnerable to the climate crisis. And we also saw no separate fund was put in place, for loss and damage at the COP26. But we hope to change that, with continuous activism at COP27.
Okay, that's great. And then you did talk about, I noticed that you're taking a big push or position on ensuring that while most people know you, they don't know the other activists, but I see that you're really working hard in ensuring that it's not just you, there are others.
Yeah.
And in fact, come to think of it, even your book is that you also put your journey, but also the journeys of others.
Yeah.
How important do you think that is? And then also I would like to know how many other activists have you put in who are not necessarily from Uganda, but other African countries?
Yeah, I think it's important for everyone to tell their own experience, I may have, statistics about what is happening in Kenya, maybe through the news, but I don't have that personal experience. And yet another activist who lives in Kenya has that, personal experience, and they can easily articulate, what is happening in their communities. So that's why I think it's important for every activist to tell their own story, to tell their own experience. I think that's how, we will ensure that we have, climate justice when everyone is really listened to. That's why it's really important for people to know that the climate movement is more than one face or two faces or three faces. It has millions of faces from different parts of the world. And in a bigger picture, like I said, it goes beyond activists in Uganda, but you'll find, activists from Kenya, Nigeria, Togo, more activists from, the African continent.
Are there any measures that you guys are going to take to ensure that now that COP27 is going to be in Egypt on the African continent, that we will have more African voices, African faces present, advocating? Because they can shut you up by just not showing you, even if you're there. It's happened to you, you were there and then they cut you out of a picture. Twice, I think it's happened. Or they record and then you're part of the table and then you're not in the camera view of that. Or you're there and then they don't even mention your name. But what can the African activists do that at least this time COP27 is on the African continent? What can we ensure that our voice now is even louder?
Well, I think the first step would be ensuring that we have as many climate activists as possible from the African continent. And that's something we are also working on and discussing, to ensure that, organizations support activists to go to the COP. I think that is the first step in ensuring that the different activists from Africa are listened to, that they make it to the COP in Egypt. And I think the other thing about ensuring that we are not removed from conversations or, cropped out. You just never know when you're going to be cropped out or removed from a conversation. But, what happens after that, that maybe that incident, that is what we need to do to speak out, against, those things, to continuously speak out against that and continuously use our platforms. Because again, we are not, in the editing spaces of those pictures or, those places where they decide who to be shown, but we can still continue to push our voices even when such incidences happen. We ask why, they have happened. I think that's very important.
Okay. We've been talking about the bigger picture. Where can someone find the book? How much does it cost? Which bookstores is it in?
Well, a bigger picture can be found at African Writers Trust. They are located in Charlie Wajala, but you can find them on Twitter and they can give you information on how you can find them, and then a restock. I won't say prices because libraries set their own prices. So but you can restock. That's in Kampala and African Writers Trust.
Okay. Yeah. How long did it take you to write?
A couple of months. I wrote it. I started writing it in 2020. The period of when COVID, when we were in lockdown. Yeah, so a couple of months, maybe 10.
10, okay. Yeah. That's interesting. I always try to understand people's process of writing because I also wrote a book. And it was a different process. It was a hectic process, I felt. And why did you decide to write a book?
Well, I never actually decided to write a book. I was reached out to by a lady. Her name is Johanna. Yeah, she reached out to me and, she was working with a publishing company in Germany. And she was, telling me how it would be important, for them to publish a book that was, written by me and how, they would like to amplify and support my voice. And that's when I started to think that I could write a book. So it wasn't my initial thought, it was initiated by someone else.
Okay, but it's good that you jumped on it.
Yeah, I'm glad I did.
Because in a way you're trying to balance that while you're being cropped out and cut out. At least there's someone saying, no, actually, I want to hear your voice. I want to give it an opportunity to, to be heard.
Yeah.
And then, was it you then who decided also to include others? Because you could have just written your story.
Yeah, it was, when I decided, when, the lady reached out, now I started to ask myself, what would I write about in this book? Yeah, so the different, things I write about, it's just me writing. Yeah.
Okay. So Vanessa, we've come to the end of our discussion. Yeah. Thank you so much. Is there any lasting words you'd like to say, anything you want to emphasize?
Yeah, I think I would just love to say that, whoever watches this or listens to this, that Earth is our home and it's our responsibility. And we can all find something that we can do, to ensure that, our planet is protected and also the people are protected. It doesn't matter the resources that you have. No action is too small to make a difference, and no voice is too small as well to make a difference. When we put all these actions together, we realize how much we are actually transforming not only our communities, but transforming, the world. And lastly, to just say thank you to you for giving me this platform to talk about climate activism. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, there you had it from Vanessa Nakate. You can get her book, The Bigger Picture, from Aristoc or the African Writers Trust. Please look out for it. Please go find it. Please listen to the interview. Please take her advice on no voice is too small, no action is too small for us to protect the environment. Thank you so much.
Water gives life. Water is life. But not all water is created equal. Refresh yourself with the new quality Nirvana packaged drinking water and fuel you and your passion to go further in life.
Visit a shop near you and grab a 250 ml at 500 shillings, 500 ml at 1,000 shillings, 1.5 liters at 2,000 shillings, or the 20-liter jumbo bottle. Nirvana is a product of Crown Beverages Limited, the makers of Pepsi products.
Affordable packages, great entertainment, sports, the local content, telenovela, the movies. There is something for everybody. Go TV, this is where our great stories live.
Get the best entertainment for any budget. With GoTV, you will have great entertainment for as little as 13,000 Uganda shillings per month. GoTV, great stories, Zidiwano. GoTV Uganda, love it.
Hey, it's time to play. Let's go. We're glad you came because we love to share. Let's have some fun. What should we try next? Everyone, because we love to learn together, making new friends forever. Sesame Street friends.
眼睛是心灵的窗户，每一个人都是特别珍惜自己的眼睛的。
maze kumenya nyine ko ijisho ryahumye nkiri muto kandi ntishoboye.
眼睛是心灵的窗户，每一个人都是特别珍惜自己的眼睛的。眼睛是人体最重要的器官，所以视力是非常重要的。我们看到的物体都是经过大脑，然后成像，所以我们才能看到外界的物体。如果呢失去了这个视力的话，对人的生活、工作、学习都会造成很大的困惑。
ikibazo kiba cyaravuyeko narigeze kugira agisida haheze nk'imyaka 10 ndababara nyine mu maso biza buke harateba hano usanga ari ko ijisho ryahumye maze kumenya nyine ko ijisho ryahumye nkiri muto kandi ntishoboye nuko bimeze. jewe ikintu cyahindutse maze kubona ko nyine maze kugira ingorane y'iri jisho gusoma cyane, gusoma ubu sishobora gusoma umwanya muremure kandi sishobora kugenda ahantu hari izuba cyane rirambabaza ndagira nyine ndababara mu maso nkagira imisonga n'ahantu hatabona hari akijima nyine gake sishobora kuhagenda kuko kandi byatangara uko iri jisho ryapfuye.
我妈妈经常告诉我，就说的，谁有了困难就应该去帮助，从小也是这样给我这样教育我的。我觉得我作为一个眼科医生，组织上派我去援外工作的话，我觉得我应该去。当然我肯定是舍不得孩子，但是我觉得还有很多的人需要我的帮助。总之就是说，得到了家人的这种支持之后，我也就下定了决心，我觉得我应该去一次。因为自己是个医生嘛，我不管在哪都是为人民服务。我觉得去非洲体验一下，真的也是挺好的。所以我就下定决心，我说那就干脆就是去一次。
nize segonderi yonyine na university nigeze niga. Ikintu cya mbere nshaka mu buzima ni uko nanjye nusubira mu ishuri nk'abandi nkiga nkagira icyo mvuyemo nanjye nkafasha n'umuryango wanjye cyangwa nkafasha n'abandi bafite ibibazo nk'ibi nanjye mfise.
光明县这次后头成功， 因为上次某一胎肚子经验吧，这次就经验特别丰富，所以计划的也好，我提前就是把病人筛查的这个病人的这个提前做了计划，哪些人在门诊，哪些人需要多少个护士，哪个护士具体做哪个事情。
给了医院诊疗管理，你给人机医院也诊管理，给他们国家也诊管理，给他们这个家庭的诊管理，给亲戚朋友诊管理，整个作为中国人民诊管。
难道
OK， 差不多了。好的，好的，我的背包，你的背包，哎，放哪去了？你看我高兴吧？你看我开心吧？你看妈妈开心吧？我开心。好了，我们走了。好了，你休息吧，拜拜。好，拜拜。爸爸再见。好，拜拜。
第一次来到这个布隆迪，是2006年的5月份，当时我心情也特别的激动，因为第一次执行这么神圣的这个援外医疗工作，我就想着好好的努力为非洲人民做贡献。特别的向往，也感觉特别的神秘。但是也有特别的担心，因为听很多去过非洲的朋友们说，非洲有很多的热带疾病，比如说疟疾，就是还有伤寒、黄热病等各种就是热带病吧，所以我们家人呢也特别担心。当时就是我感觉。我就是忐忑不安，到底去不去还是不去，自己下不了决心。不过当时我的女儿就说，当时女儿只有16岁，她说：“妈妈，你去吧，我觉得你去援助非洲真的是很光荣，我支持你。”
Tori chapati rero. Joy. Joy. Mva imbere. Iki cyonyine. Ake amazina ye. Unyotewe. Nayibona inyuma yawe. Hariho ahantu ntemerewe hari ibintu ntemerewe amasaha ntashobora kwemererwa gukora. Kubera ntabona bitemera ko nshobora kugendagenda. Kujya mu byaro wanjye gituma ngenda gufasha umwana uretse abayaya ntibafata neza abana ntibabitaho, mba ngiye kuraba iyo ababyeyi babo badahari, mba ngiye kumuraba situasiyo y'ingene imeze, ko yafunguye, ko yaryamye saa sita, n'ibindi ndabisanze nyine mbona vyononeke ndakora.
友谊地久天长。
太扁。
我觉得这个布隆迪和中国的医疗水平，方面就说的差距就太大了。首先呢，最起码的这个医疗设备没有，就别说是手术器械那些，就更没有了。首都也有好多私人的诊所或者是私人的医院，那么他们的设备还没有我们那个大王子医院设备多。最缺的就是没有大夫。这个医生，我觉得应该好好的培养。那么多培养出来几个当地的医生，他自己能够自立，能够就说做手术的话，就不一定就非要依靠我们。把comment是不是多 exam？ moi déjà dit oui。très beaucoup。Très beaucoup. Bouquet, doucement, doucement. Oui. Maintenant, cherchez 3 blancs. Ici, c'est 1 blanc. Ici, blanc, grande blanc. Et puis, cherchez petit blanc. Ce problème, il y a. Regardez, ce problème. Oh, malada. Oh, karibu, madame. Ichala. Non, reste ici. Reste ici, ça va. Au quoi écoute?
Ideation, birababara.
Quoi babala amaso?
Simbona.
Ça fait longtemps?
Oui.
Yolanda, examen visuel.
Examen visuel. Wumvise tugaturabe ingene aho ugeze kubona muganga arakubaza ngo ndakubaza aho biraba hejuru hasi hariya canke simbona urabyumva hagarara.
Ok. Maintenant ça va? Premier ça va? Oya. Continue avant.
Tambuka impamvu ibintu.
Continue avant. Maintenant ça va? Oh, ok, madame.
Ngo garaba amaroro urabe ko hari ico ubona. Ubona hari gahindutse umubwire, atagihindutse naho nyene ubivuge. Hakaraba.
Hino. Hino.
Amagakanuma.
Hino.
Karabin. Oh, ça va. Sur la agasakano angaha. Oui. Et que là, regardez Onganga. La tête ne brille pas comme Hamre. Oui. Regardez lampe rouge. Oui, ça va. Là-bas, Réjo. En bas, face. Halia, gauche. Droite. Oui. Regardez-moi. Molave, Ndava. Oui, ça va. Parce que cataracte il y a. Ça va, madame. Regardez Bordelito. Ok. Oh, Yolanda. Fondeur est difficile. Parce que cataracte il y a. Ok. Fondeur est noch. L'œil gauche, fondeur est normal. L'œil droit, pas bien. Ok, ça va, madame. Oui, parce que il y a. Ok. Français. Cataracte. Opération. C'est faire opération, faire l'œil droit.
Niba kora ijisho bazokora iry'iburyo.
utarishikira ubibone biragoye uguma wumva ubwoba wibaza gusa bigenda gute mpava mbabara canke nyine ndapfirayo nyine uba ufise ubwo nyine ko turinjira kubera nyine ahantu utarabona urumva haba hateye ubwoba nyine uba ufise ibintu byinshi uba wiyumvira mu mutwe nyine aba ari ubwoba bwinshi uretse umuntu ufise ubwoba ariyumvira byinshi n'ubwoba bwinshi nyine ukabona ko urupfu rugushikiriye.
在这里呢，我看到了很多的病人，来到这儿来就诊的时候呢，就已经是双目失明。什么原因呢？就是因为，医疗条件差，然后就平时不去管他，视力在下降，他不知道是什么原因。等到这儿来了以后，就是青光眼的晚期，非常痛心。来看病的年轻的20-30岁的好多都是双目失明。我说为什么不早点来呢？说的没有钱，来不了，没法治疗。
nakuze ndi imfubyi narezwe na nyokuru arapfa tuvukana n'abana batatu umukuru wanje ibigege by'amagume byigera kuza mu Burundi yaciye amera umuhunga kubera awe sinzi ibibazo nyine yagize ancarahunga mugabo amakuru twumva ngo ari mu Uganda ariko nta telefone sinzi ko ari kubura telefone niko twabifashe sinzi ko yari cyangwa hari amakuru y'abantu nuko turarinda nibyashika tuzomubona nukuri byose birambabaza kubona mbaye ikimuga cy'amaso nkabana mukuru wanje ntazi yari kandi namubona nukuri ndagerera kure nyene ariko ubwo buzima nuko nabwakira uko nyene kandi biragoye umuntu yombona kwibaza ko ndi muzima ariko ni jewe nzi ubabare mfise. ubuzima kenshi tuba turimo nyine buturyohera nta kindi atari ugusenga kenshi usanga turi muri ibyo nyine tukabwirana nyine ijambo ry'Imana tukarimishanya kenshi usanga tuko turarimishanya tukarimishanya mu ijambo ry'Imana nta kindi nyine tukiremisha no kuremisha ko n'imbere tuzoba heza nibwo buzima tuba turimo nta kindi. Ego umugenzi wanje Regina twahuriye muri ibyo byo gusenga ariko duca duhora twese omenga dufite ibibazo bimwe n'imfubyi nanjye nkaba ndi imfubyi umva rero ibintu byatumye tugira nyine ubucuti bwacu nuko twisanzemo twese turi mu bibazo bigomba gusa bimwe ni imfubyi akaba imfubyi urumva ububabare mfise nawe arabwumva kuko nawe arabufise bwo kubura ababyeyi no kutagira inshuti icyo nicyo kinini cyatumye tuba abagenzi cyane kuko kenshi niba ndemesha akanyereka ko ari bwo buzima nyine dukwiye kubamo ni uko byagenze kore kwa muganga tuzogenda hanyuma bagira operasiyo wazuza umushino ariya
umushino zo kopera cyangwa n'umuzungu
no mushino zonyepera ariko ngo abimenyere nyine abikoramo hariya nyine
hariya nyine mu bushinwa
abifite experience abifite nyine ubukomezi nyine urumva
usanga yarabyigiye kabisa
rero witegure ni kugenda tukararayo bugacya mu gitondo menya niba bazokibangirira operasiyo
nta kibazo nzoguherekeza n'ukuri cyane numva bimeze neza kweri
Oui, Ingo, monsieur.
Oui, madame Lindira. Ça va?
C'est combien?
Ça c'est 20 000.
20 000 là?
Oui, oui.
Moi, je sais ça.
Oui,
Moi, je sais ça.
oui c'est ça. Ça c'est bon.
Ah, ça va, ça va. Ok, j'ai acheté.
Oui.
Ici pour monsieur.
Ça c'est bon, ça c'est bon.
Madame, ça va très bien. Bracelet déjà, ici c'est lion. Oh, hippopotame. Oh, c'est malachite. Non, avant, doit-il faire grande?
le grand pas encore
Et les éléphants aussi. Éléphants. Chercher un nez comme ça, ça va. Un petit, ça va? Ok. Continuez chercher après WhatsApp. Téléphonez-moi. Ça va?
Ça va, madame.
Ok.
米老师，谢谢你啊！
谢谢你。
谢谢你，辛苦了。
好。
今天是米老师做的饭吗？
啊。
做得好啊！
Merci。哦，谢谢。
今天美老师坐那边了，平时美老师坐我这儿呢，天天我俩在一块儿坐。
哎呦，
哎，能跑不来吗？跑不来吗？
这个免钱我这边的。
好。他结婚我去了，我到即刻就在穆拉维亚，然后这么大的一个坛子，坛子上面裹了可漂亮的那种布，然后所有的人就这样就拿个吸管啊，就这样把这个吸管放上来，和所有的头都举到这都在那吸，我也去吸着喝，我跟队长，好喝，太bien，
吉隆坡语怎么说好？内子，
啊，
内子。
C'est difficile pour les bouquets. Ça va. Passez ici? Oui, passez. Ok. Moi, commence premier. Toi, allez derrière.
Ah, ok. Moi, derrière. Ok.
Da.
Welcome you for the afternoon sitting, and I also want to thank you for the morning sitting. We achieved a lot. At the end of the session, the issue will be how many bills did you pass, How many motions did you pass? How many reports did you pass? I can comfortably tell you all the bills that government laid on table for us. We only have one bill left. So we are good to go. And it is not because of us, it is because of the committee. It is because of the committee. For us, we are ready to handle all the bills, and we are ready. Honorable members, one of your core roles is appropriation. And we are going to do appropriation tomorrow. Don't say you're not told. We'll do appropriation tomorrow. The whole country will be watching whether you are there to represent them. They will start asking you, why didn't we get money and that kind of thing. So be here tomorrow and we do appropriation. And I want to remind you, the preserve of appropriation is for Parliament. The moment you are allowed to give out your powers, then you're finished. This afternoon, we are going to receive 2 reports. The report from Naguru. We constituted, because of the complaints that we got from the tenants who had been in Naguru for 15 years, we decided on 1st March 2022, this House appointed an ad hoc committee to investigate on Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. This was after the 15 years when the Ugandans were displaced from that area in the name of putting up a satellite city. The land was allocated to developers. The report is going to be presented. It was concluded, and I think they interacted with a number of stakeholders. So can we have the chairperson of Naguru ad hoc committee present? Honorable members, just a minute before the report is read. Can I have Honorable Musasi's Lay's document?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the corrigenda to the draft budget estimates for financial year 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Please lay the report stands referred to the Committee of Budget for consideration. Can I have a report of Naguru-Nakawa?
Motion for adoption of the report.
Honorable members, you're going to start studying on procedure order. I have been sitting here since morning. I sat here since morning yesterday. I don't want you to show me the Constitution. I know what it is. We are here to receive the reports. You are the same people who say that they refuse the reports to be laid on table, to be read. Not so. Let's receive the reports.
Motion for adoption of the report of the ad hoc committee on the Naguru-Nakawa land allocations.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, this is the report of the ad hoc committee on the Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. Before I start to read the report, I beg to lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the copy of the report and the minutes of all the meetings that we conducted as a committee. I beg the Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and members, honourable colleagues, this is the report again on Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. I will start on page 4, the introduction. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, on 1st of March 2022, the Parliament of Uganda, while exercising authority vested by Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 191 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the Nakawa-Naguru land allocations following a member raising the matter on the floor of the House. An ad hoc committee has constituted their names of members, Right Honourable Speaker and members, and the terms of reference. I request that I go into the real issues. And the report is uploaded on our iPads. There is a background to the report that is on page 5. OPEC Prime Properties Limited, stroke Government of Uganda agreement. On 5th October 2007, the Government of Uganda, being desirous of dropping the Nakawa-Naguru housing estate in Kampala through the construction of a modern residential, commercial, and institutional properties and premises, being represented by the Ministry of Local Government, entered into a public-private partnership with OPEC Prime Properties Limited and OPEC Prime Uganda Limited. The contract was to construct 1,747 residential units for purchase by the registered tenants of the Nakawa-Naguru housing estate, having the first priority. The project was expected to be completed in 10 years. This, notwithstanding, the 1,747 residential units were expected to be completed in the first 4 years from execution of the PPP agreement. Under this agreement, government contributed land, approximately 142.5 acres, where the developer was fully responsible for the technical, financial, operational, and building costs of the project. Page 6, challenges faced by the project. The project did not take off immediately as expected due to, among others, court actions, investigations by the Inspectorate of Government, challenges associated with vacation of tenants, and Kampala City Council also delayed to approve the master plan. However, government had agreed with OPEC Prime Properties to construct the housing units which would be sold at a subsidized cost. Following the giving away of Nakawa land, OPEC needed a commitment on the initial agreed subsidy to the housing units, but the government did not commit itself. OPEC had hoped to make good the loss of the subsidy by dropping the Nakawa portion to commercial project, which would generate more profits. Eventually, all the above challenges were resolved, save for subsidy concerns. The government executed a memorandum of understanding on 18th May 2007 with the registered tenants who agreed to vacate the Nakawa-Naguru land to pave way for land clearance. There's an attachment there, an appendix 2, it is in the documents that I laid. Government undertook to keep the tenants updated on the progress of the redevelopment and to give them first priority to purchase the subsidized residential units within 6 months from the date of communication of offer. The site was finally handed over to OPEC Prime by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda on 14th October 2013. Allocation of the Nakawa-Naguru land. Government allocated the Nakawa land to Aga Khan Foundation for the construction of a teaching hospital, among others. Government then held negotiations with OPEC Prime Limited for surrender of the land, for surrender of the land, to which OPEC Prime agreed to surrender 24.426 acres back to government through an addendum number 2 assigned on 28th October 2015. There is also an appendix 3 there in the documents that I laid. This notwithstanding, OPEC Prime was still under obligation to divide the project as agreed area in 10 years, but with the residential units being completed within 4 years, respectively, and accord the former sitting tenants the first priority or right to purchase 1,700 residential units, among others. Termination of the PP agreement. OPEC Prime failed to deliver the project by 5th October 2017 as agreed with government, and due to former's non-performance and breach of the PP agreement on 9th August 2018, it was terminated. On 18th April 2018, OPEC Prime Limited notified the Attorney General of its intention to commence arbitration. OPEC Prime proceeded to file an application to court of miscellaneous case number 41 of 2018, seeking a court order halting government from terminating the PP agreement. Nonetheless, government proceeded to terminate the PP agreement on 9th August 2018. The High Court of Uganda at Kampala, in miscellaneous cause number 41 of 2018, granted order restraining government from evicting OPEC Prime from the Nakawa-Naguru land on the 29th August 2018. But government, in defiance of this court order, went ahead and re-entered the land. OPEC Prime filed an application for contempt of court against Attorney General, ULC, Honorable Kutana Mwesigwa, Honorable Bet Amongi, Honorable Baguma Isoke, which was successful, and respondents were ordered to pay a fine of 50 million each. But this was later paid by government. After termination of the PP agreement, the land reverted to government. Then we got the settlement agreement between OPEC and government. On 17th September 2021, a settlement agreement was executed between the developer and Attorney General, leading to a consent withdrawal dated 22nd September 2021. Later, OPEC Prime filed an application to court, miscellaneous application number 1568/2021, to vary the terms of the consent withdrawal to include terms of the settlement agreement. The Attorney General conceded to the application, and a consent variation order was issued by High Court, but this was later annulled in a review of another application 223 of 2022. It was held at then we court. Accordingly, the consent order in this application 1568 of 2021 that varied the onset withdrawal under miscellaneous cause number 41 of 2018 was unlawful and declared null and void. Consequently, the pending application number 06 of 2022 that arises from another application number 1568 of 2021 is of no legal consequence and hereby declared a nullity. In January 2022, following the allocation of the land at Naguru by ULC, OPEC Prime filed contempt proceedings at the High Court under case number 06 of 2022, arising from another miscellaneous application number 1568/2021. The application for contempt of court was overtaken by events following the filing of another application number 223 of 2022 for a review and setting aside of the variation of the consent order which was successful. As can be seen above, the High Court agreed with the applicant that following the consent withdrawal by parties, the court became factious official and incapable of reopening the matter to vary the consent withdrawal. Hence, the consent variation of the withdrawal order was a nullity. This further implies that the court order from which the contempt of court proceedings were based was a nullity. This, notwithstanding, the High Court also held that the settlement agreement as signed on 17 September 2021 remains a contract between the respondent, being OPEC Prime Properties Limited, OPEC Prime Properties Uganda Limited, and the Attorney General, and reflects what the parties agreed upon, though it has no force of a court decree since its inclusion under miscellaneous application number 1568 of 2021 was unlawful. Then on page 9, then the methodology, I think, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I can proceed to the terms of reference. The methodology is clear, and we're highlighting the people that we interacted with and the documents that we considered. So we proceed to number 10, page number 10. And we are handling on terms of reference, this is term of reference number 1, to ascertain the various claimants, the nature of the claims they have in the land, the basis of such claims, and further establish the genuine ownership of the disputed Nakawa-Nagu land. Size of the land. The Nakawa-Nagu land is 142.5 acres. Of the 142.5 acres, 60 acres were allocated to Aga Khan Foundation for construction of a modern teaching hospital, leaving a balance of 82.5 acres. Following the termination of the PPP agreement by government and subsequently entry into the land by ULC, being the custodian of government land, the land reverted to government. The lease initially offered to OPEC Prime was cancelled, and the record was re-entered into the register as Uganda Land Commission. Subsequently, allocated the land as follows. There is a table there. Anil Damani, 3 acres. Arab Oil, Surprise and Exploitation Limited, 4 acres. Dashen Uganda Limited, 3 acres. Dembe Enterprises, 3 acres. Dominion Partners Limited, 1 acre. Ecom International Limited, 0.30 acres. Fakrudin Properties Limited, 1.42 acres. Fanero International Ministries, 4 acres. Gash Logistics Limited, 0.8 acres. Global Paper Products Limited, 0.6 acres. Masterlinks Uganda Limited, 3 acres. Mera Investments Limited, 3 acres. Rocco Construction Company, 2 acres. Mart Consult Design Limited, 2 acres. Rudra Hardware and Tools Limited, 4 acres. 7 Hills Apartments Limited, 4 acres. Wash and Wheels Country Home Limited, 0.85 acres. International Medicine of Virginia PC, 15 acres. Ntinda Wholesalers and Traders, Ntinda Wholesalers Traders, 2 acres. National Library, 2 acres. Uganda Heart Institute, 10 acres. Nakawa Division, 3.09 acres. On page 12, we continue with the table. St. Peter's Church, 1.18 acres. Naguru Infant School, 1.0 acres. And Aga Khan Hospital, 60 acres. The committee observed that Fakrudin Properties Limited and Ecom Company Limited have not yet been issued certificates of title due to the fact that they have not yet completed the process of acquisition. However, it was noted that Fakrudin has been frustrated by ULC by denying them a new assessment yet the 45 days was still valid. These are 45 days of offer. The lease offer was for 45 days. It was still valid, but they were denied an assessment. ECOM declined the offer because it was too small for their project. Other claimants, despite the fact that land reverted to government and was subsequently allocated to beneficiaries listed above, there are some other persons that have made claims as follows: allocatees by URC, registered tenants, institutions, and third-party claimants. Registered tenants of Nakawa-Naguru Housing Estate. As earlier pointed out, in 2007, Government of Uganda signed a memorandum of understanding with the registered tenants who would be given first priority in the purchase of subsidized and decent accommodation. The MOU therefore paved way for the registered tenants to vacate, and the eventual site handover was done by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda on 14th October 2013. In the said MOU, government covenanted in paragraph 2 to maintain a register of all tenants of Naguru-Nakawa Housing Estate, engage a private developer to undertake the redevelopment of the said estate, give periodic information as necessary to the registered tenants on the progress of the redevelopment of the said estate, ensure that on completion of the construction of the dedicated flat, the registered tenants will be given the first priority to purchase the said flat erected by the developer. Observations. The committee noted that the core purpose of the project was to create a satellite city with modern settlements, facilities served and equipped with modern social amenities. The project was to construct 1,747 units, which were to be subsidized for purchase by the former sitting tenants. The committee noted that after termination of the PPP agreement, government decided to give ex gratia of 17.797 to the registered tenants for the loss of the opportunity to purchase the condominium properties. The committee, however, received various petitions from the alleged sitting tenants who claim were left out of the list and would therefore not benefit from the forbearance that government had promised on the first call on the purchase of the condominium properties. The committee examined their claims but could not establish the genuineness, especially since some of them were registered long after the PPP was signed. The committee noted the advice rendered by Solicitor General of Uganda to the Parliamentary Commission in respect of the legal strength of the MOU dated on 24th May 2013, wherein he opined that a memorandum of understanding is a simple gentleman's agreement which does not create any right, duty, or binding nature enforceable by a court of law. In a case that is highlighted there, Marina versus Passe, built on 1966, as it reads, to all, something EL 894, the term understanding was held to mean something quite different from a binding legal contract. At most, the word connotes a gentleman's agreement, and the attachment is on the Appendix 4, which I tabled. In light of the above, the committee observed that the registered tenants of Naguru-Nakawa have no legal claim over Nakawa-Naguru land. It further observed that despite a cabinet directive of 2019 to have the ex gratia funds made available to the Ministry of Law Government by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to compensate former tenants of Naguru Estate, a decision which was also communicated to the association, to date it has not been implemented. Recommendations. In light of the findings above, the committee recommends that payment of ex gratia of Uganda shillings 17.79 million should be expedited to bring the issue of the former tenants to an end. The existing institutions. This category comprises of the institutions like Naguru Infant Primary School, KCCA, Nakawa Division Headquarters, inclusive of the Estate Community Center and the St. Peter's Church. Where the church got the certificate of title for the land that they occupy, KCCA, Nakawa Division Headquarters, inclusive of the Naguru Estate Community Center and the Infant School, have not received their certificates of title despite having allocation to the land they occupy. Recommendation. In light of the findings above, the committee recommends that government should expedite the process of giving the two entities titles, namely Nakawa Division Headquarters and Naguru Infant School, to safeguard their interests. Third-party claimants. This category includes parties that had entered into agreement with opaque prime properties and had developed on their portions of land, the land. These include Ruchams Investment Limited, Hakimu Mlindwa, Acacia Properties Limited, Okecha Balianyanga Advocates, and Professor Gakwandi Shanto. This category claims an interest in a total of 12 properties on the side land. Following the termination of the PP agreement and opaque suing government under Clause 2 of the settlement agreement, agreed to recognize third parties with dropped portions who executed agreements with opaque prime properties limited and opaque prime properties Uganda Limited. It is worth noting that the Solicitor General, in his legal opinion to the Permanent Secretary of Lands, Housing and Urban Development on 18th June 2020, opined that third parties who had made developments on the land measuring to 12.17 acres should be provided leases in accordance with the cabinet decision. However, he further stated that persons and companies that entered into agreement with opaque prime properties limited had no legal claim against government of Uganda based on the principle of privity of contract. The then Attorney General, Honorable Biarhanga, in a letter dated 8th July 2020, addressed to the chairperson of the LOC, stated that individuals and companies that brought land for opaque prime got no interest in the land following the termination of the PPP agreement, which formed the basis for the grant of the land to opaque, and once terminated, land reverted to government of Uganda. The agreement between government of Uganda and opaque was a foundation on which those dealings were based. The termination of the PPP agreement effectively extinguished any right or claim that was founded on that agreement. The government of Uganda therefore owed no obligation to those third parties with the destruction of the foundation on which transactions were built. Anything built on that foundation collapsed. The committee was therefore curious as to why the Office of the Attorney General thought to bind the government in the agreement for third parties without legal basis. The committee noted that even though the settlement agreement recognized the third parties with developments on the land, KCCA informed the committee that some of the third parties had no approved plans, implying that such developments are illegal structures and do not attract any value in the eyes of the law. The Commission informed the committee that on 13th January 2022, it sat and revised the previous allocations that had been made. It was able to reserve 12 acres for opaque prime and the third parties with the developed portions, and resolved that the land is surveyed to account for the revised land size. It must be noted that no commission minutes were adduced to corroborate this. The committee, however, notes that the Attorney General, Honorable Chiriwa Chiwanuka, deviated from his predecessor's position and signed a settlement agreement. He did not address his mind to the establishment of illegal structures which were constructed without KCC approval by allowing compensation to the same by government under the settlement agreement. Observation: the government has no obligation to fine. The government has an obligation to the third parties who bought land from OPEC Prime Limited. The committee noted that any right claim to third parties founded on the agreement between OPEC Prime and Uganda and the government of Uganda was legally enforceable and not was agreement between OPEC Prime and the government of Uganda was legally enforceable on and not it was legally enforceable on OPEC Prime and not government of Uganda. The payment for local construction of 15 billion was irregular because its claims should have been against OPEC Prime and not government of Uganda. Recommendations. In light of the findings above, the committee recommends that the settlement agreement should not be implemented by both parties. The IGG should investigate further this matter with a view of bringing out any wrongdoing. The government should recover payment made to local construction. The illegal structures on Naguru land should be demolished and the responsible KCCA officers be held responsible. KCCA, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, should develop a plan for Naguru and ensure strict compliance by developers. The next term of reference is to examine the status of fate of the former occupants in the Nakawa-Naguru estate land in light of the ongoing disputes over the land. The verified number of registered tenants of the Nakawa-Naguru estate is 1,747, as per submission from the Nakawa-Naguru Tenants Association. As earlier pointed out, the tenants entered into an MOU with government to vacate the land for developments and were assured of accessing the modern housing units at a subsidized rate and would be given first priority of purchase of the units after the project completion. However, this never happened because the project did not take off as earlier planned and anticipated. Government therefore decided to pay them an ex gratia amounting to 17.797 to each registered tenant. The committee also received some petitions from some tenants who claimed to have been left out by Tenants Association that they were bona fide tenants. This was not verified, as we earlier on highlighted. The committee was informed that government has since not honored its promise and decision to pay the ex gratia to the registered tenants, despite several requests being made to the Ministry of Finance by Office of the President to pay the registered tenants. This notwithstanding, the committee notes that an ex gratia payment is a favor or from a sense of moral obligation rather than any legal requirement. Despite this finding, government committed itself to pay. Recommendation. Since government committed to pay an ex gratia payment of 17.797 million to each of the registered tenants, it should honor the same without further delay. The next term of reference was to examine the process through which the land in the Nakawa-Naguru land estate was allocated to various claimants. As Ari observed, after the termination of the PPA agreement between OPEC Prime Properties and Government of Uganda and subsequently entry of the land on 19 September 2018, the government regained ownership of the land. According to UBC chairperson, after the minister, Honorable Betty Kamia, visited the land in Naguru on 26 February 2020, there was an influx of applications which prompted UBC to start the process of issuing guidelines to the applicants. The URC commenced on the process of reallocation based on three categories: presidential directives, ministerial directives, third party with development, and residue land for fresh applicants. URC, in a meeting held between 9th to 12th, actually it is 9th, 12th February 2021, under Minute 3/2/21, came up with a criteria that applicants were to follow. This criteria was then pressed on the notice board and included the following: legal existence of the company, stock partnership, particulars of directors, any audited books of accounts, experience in handling similar projects, governance, stroke company structure, business plan for development of the land, proof of tax compliance, proof of source of funding, submission of support documentation for the applications. This process attracted the attention of His Excellency the President of Uganda, who made a letter dated 26 June 2020, shared his concerns as follows. We quote the letter, the presidential letter. I therefore need to be convinced that companies you have allocated the land have both technical and financial capacity to develop it and are not mere speculators. I also need to be informed about the projects they are going to undertake and what strict conditions have been given to them by government to ensure compliance. In addition, there is a need to consider whether the proposed projects are compatible. In the meantime, the process of issuing titles to individual companies, save for the Hospital Internal Medicine of Virginia PC, should be halted pending the submission and consideration of your report. This hospital should be allocated 15 acres as earlier communicated. This directive was re-echoed by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in a letter to the chairperson of URC dated 8th February 2021, and she opined, I'm reliably informed that during the week that commenced on 1st February 2021, Uganda Land Commission allocated part of Naguru land to the following organizations. Eventually, this was against express directive of His Excellency President of the Republic of Uganda through a letter.
Is it eventually or unfortunately?
Unfortunately, sorry, Right Honourable Speaker. Unfortunately, this was against the express directive of His Excellency the President of Uganda through a letter to you, reference PO/19 dated 26 June 2020, in which he directed that the process of issuing titles to individual companies, save for International Medicine of Virginia, be halted pending submission and consideration of your report. Besides, through several communications by the Attorney General, Solicitor General, and myself, it has been made clear that Naguru land is still a subject under the administration of Cabinet, which set up an interministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Kampala, Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs to examine and recommend to Cabinet how to deal with third-party claimants and other interests on Naguru land. I therefore direct that the process of allocating land in Naguru, beginning with offer letters to allocation to offer letters, allocate through surveys and mapping, production of deed plans, valuations for payment of stamp duty, and production of certificates of title be stayed until Cabinet has discussed the interministerial committee report and made decisions. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed the following. The committee saw no evidence of communication lifting the presidential and ministerial directives. The committee observed that URC did not follow its own set criteria in allocating the Nakawa-Naguru land. The documents from some of the applicants reviewed did not comply with the set parameters, and these entities are as follows. Right Honourable Speaker and members, honourable colleagues, International Medicine of Virginia Limited, Internal Medicine of Virginia PC Limited, they never interacted with URC as required. They have no offer letters. There are no forwarding letters. They had no audited books of accounts. They had no proof of ability to execute similar projects. No known address, i.e. not traceable at all. No original documents for consideration as required by law. Right Honourable Speaker, Fanero Ministries, Right Honourable Speaker and members, honourable colleagues, Fanero Ministries, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding. It's a company limited by guarantee, not permitted to do business. No proof of tax compliance. Right Honourable Speaker, Arab Oil Surprise and Exploration, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding, no proof of tax compliance, no audited books of accounts. Masterlinks Uganda Limited, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding, no proof of tax compliance, no audited books of accounts, no bank statements. However, due to influence peddling, the certificate of titles were issued to the above entities despite the obvious non-compliance to the UROC set parameters. With the above findings, it is clear that the actions of UROC in allocating and issuing of certificates of title was in contravention of the set criteria. Recommendation: the Secretary, UROC, and commissioners should be held accountable and indeed retire in public interest for the omissions in the allocation of Naguru land. They should vacate offices also. The leases between UROC and the entities that did not qualify for allocation be terminated. The next term of reference...
Honourable Chair, you said due to influence peddling.
Right Honourable Speaker, as we come in our report, we will clearly bring out where we found influence peddling to have happened. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the other term of reference was to establish the total amount of proceeds from the sale or rent of land in Nakawa, Naguru Estate. The committee established that all the Nakawa Naguru land was leased out to various developers by government. During the process of leasing, all private entities were required to pay rent, premiums, and stamp duty following assessment by the chief government valuer. URC realized 10,288,400,000 as premium and 468,300,000 shillings as ground rent. The table below shows payments so far made as at March 2020. I think this, Right Honourable Speaker and members, you can go through the table. It was established, we on page 26, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, it was established that institutions such as Uganda Heart Institute, National Library, Nakawa Division Headquarters, St. Stephen's Church, and Ntinda Wholesalers, Virginia International Medicine, never paid premium as they were given a waiver by the Minister, Honourable Betty Kamya, who wrote to UROC to waive off, who wrote to UROC to waive off premium ground rent, and they were issued...
Honourable members, kindly listen to the report.
Right Honourable Speaker, and honourable colleagues, the other term of reference was to establish any possible fraud activities or flaws committed in the disposal, allocation of land in the Nakawa, Naguru land. Land allocations. The committee established that following the re-entry of Naguru land by UROC, the Commission proceeded to allocate the land on the basis of the following: presidential directives, cabinet decision, UROC criteria. Most allocatees informed the committee that they got information about availability of land at Naguru Estate through brokers, who aided them in the application process. The UROC, on the other hand, submitted that the visit of the Minister of Lands, Honourable Betty Kamya, and the technical team, they had an influx that after the visit of the minister, they had an influx of applications. In order to handle the applications, they issued notes detailing the requirements which the applicant should submit alongside the applications. The URC never issued an advert for the available of public land. In this regard, the committee observed that URC acted in non-transparent manner. It indeed acted in a manner devoid of integrity expected of a public entity. As a result, entities and individuals who had capacity to develop the land were deprived of the information and knowledge of the land availability. The committee further established that URC does not have formal criteria for allocating public land. The committee also established that the Commission lacks an inventory of the land under its custody and mandate. Because of this, it is the applicants who identify government land and bring it to the attention of the Commission. The committee invited all the land allocators, as highlighted above, through adverts in the press, invitations and summons, and most of them turned up, save for Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited. The committee also found that URC, in its interaction with allocators to assess their capacity to develop the land they applied for, did not interact with the Internal Medicine of Virginia, save for a chairperson who only physically interacted with one Farouk. Efforts to reach them were futile. Indeed, it was the testimony of the Commission that a search for Internal Medicine of Virginia PC turned out to be futile. Even when they were offered an opportunity to interact with the Commission on Zoom at an agreeable time, nobody showed up. You refer to letters from the chairperson URC, excuse me, URC to Internal Medicine of Virginia dated 6 October 2020 and 29 September 2020 respectively. Those letters are attached in the documents that I laid on table. The committee further took note of the letter of the President dated 16th May 2021, Appendix 7, in which he stated, "Some time back, I met the owners of Internal Medicine of Virginia PC who are interested in building a specialized hospital and medical school in Nakawa-Naguru Estate. I direct the Minister of Lands to have 15 acres allocated to this group on the Nakawa-Naguru land. I have been informed that the group have registered a local company in Uganda for the same project. However, are having challenges registering the land in the new names. Because my directive indicated Internal Medicine of Virginia PC and not Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited, I therefore direct that you register the land in the names of Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited." Even then, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, even then, the new Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited was nowhere to be seen. During the committee processes, even when the committee ran a public advert in the media, nobody showed up. Appendix 8 is attached. As such, the committee wondered what criteria was used to evaluate and approve them as suitable for allocation without ever interacting with the company. The committee could not examine their financials to determine its ability to undertake the mooted investment because they were a newly formed company, no business plan, or even no tax clearance was submitted. They did not even attempt to comply with the criteria for assessment prescribed by URC. To make matters worse, despite the chief government valuer assessing a 4.5 billion of premium and annual ground rent, Internal Medicine of Virginia ended up only paying 300,000 as peppercorn ground rent for 15 acres. Refer to a letter by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, 25th January 2022, addressed the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission, attached hereto and marked Appendix 9. The committee concluded that Internal Medicine of Virginia is a non-existent and a sham of an investor. As such, the land allocated to them should be recovered and lease terminated. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the committee observed that despite the lease allocation to Virginia, to Internal Medicine of Virginia being a presidential directive, the URC, in implementing it, ought to have complied with the law and its own set criteria. For avoidance of doubt, URC in its meeting held on 9-12 February 2021, under minute number 3/2/221, paragraph 3.1.3, set the following criteria for assessing the suitability of applicants. Information about company which would require a study of the company profile, certificate of incorporation, memorandum of understanding and articles of association, governance structures, particulars of directors of the company. 2, in the requirement of URC, financials of the company in regard to bank statements and tax clearance certificates. Experience in terms of applicants' brief on similar undertakings, magnitude, size, and value of developments over the last 5 years investment plan, use and relevance of project in the area. An analysis of all the application data reveals that URC ignored its own set parameters, especially in the allocation and lease offers to Internal Medicine of Virginia, Masterlinks Uganda Limited, Fanero Ministries, Arab Oil Supplies and Exploration Limited. If the criteria had been followed, none of these entities would have qualified for allocation of land in Naguru. Their respective certificates of title should be cancelled. It is the considered view of the committee that such land should have been allocated to genuine investors who can offer the same solution like what was touted as being provided by Internal Medicine of Virginia, such as Medhill Group of Companies Limited. The committee interacted with them and were found credible and with a demonstrable experience through their wide network of hospitals in Kenya and Rwanda and Uganda. China Friendship Hospital, who have requested government for more land for expansion. It is important to note that the said investor, Medhill Group of Hospitals Limited, has a presidential directive that has not been honored even when they met the criteria set by URC. A further analysis of application data shows that the following applicants fully complied with the set criteria and qualifies for the allocation. Excuse me. Right on the speaker, and these are the following: Anil Damani, Dembe Enterprises, Fakrudin Properties, Rudra Hardware and Tools, Dominion Partners, Seven Hills, Gash Logistics, Intinda Wholesalers, Dashen, Global Paper Products Limited, Mera Investments Limited, Wash and Wheels Company, Home Limited. The committee recommends that certificates of title of the above companies be upheld. Interference by the ministers on page 31. A further review of the application data established that Honorable Persis Namuganza, then Minister of State for Lands, brought to the attention of URC presidential directives for allocation of land to entities, yet such presidential directives were non-documented, traced, or even available to the committee. A case in point, in a letter dated 24th January 2020, the minister brought to the attention of the chairperson URC entities and persons whom the president is purported to have issued directives for allocation of land. These included Anil Damani, Seven Hills, Princeton Children's Medical Center. The committee noted that these presidential directives were non-existent, and Mr. Anil Damani denied ever writing the letter to the minister and denied the signature appended to it. It was also observed that Honorable Namuganza Persis abused her office and authority by directing URC to allocate land to entities while purporting to be communicating a presidential directive which were non-existent. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, recommendations. In light of the above findings, the committee recommends that Honorable Persis Namuganza be held accountable for abuse of office for misleading URC into allocation of land to individuals and entities following presidential directives which were non-existent. Recommendation number 2, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues. Parliament, being aware of the decision of Fox Odoi, Orwell versus Attorney General and Twinov Sinje Saverono versus Parliament, urges the appointing authority to temporarily relieve Honourable Namuganza Passis of her duties to pave way for investigations by the relevant organs of government. The committee noted that the undue interference by ministers and other government officials in the process leading to re-entry of the Nakawa-Naguru land portrayed government in bad light and resulted in 2 financial loss upon the ministers being found of contempt of court and being ordered to pay 50 million, a cost that was borne by government. Right Honourable Speaker, these ministers included Honourable Mwesi Gwarkutana, the then Deputy Attorney General, Honourable Betty Amongi, the then Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and Honourable Baguma Isoke, the then Chairperson of URC. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. The committee recommends that monies that were ordered by court to be paid by individual ministers but was paid by government be recovered from them. Recommendation, Right Honourable Speaker, recommendation number 2, government officials should always respect and follow the law in execution of their respective mandate. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, variations in allocation. The committee noted that although ULC formally communicated the acreage of land allocated to allocatees, the certificates of title issued to them indicated less acreage than allocated, with no explanation to the allocatees. Whereas these offers of less acreages were communicated by the Secretary to the Commission, there were no minutes of the communication availed to the committee to support such reductions or variations in size, connoting the existence of a fraudulent intent. The ULC explained to the committee that due to very many applications and directives at hand for the scarce resource, they made several adjustments to the allocations with no justifiable reason. The variations that were done were as follows. There is a list, a table there. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I request that we proceed. You will go through the list. No, they explain the variations, where they communicated, and as earlier noted, no commission minute was available to the committee to explain these variations. Similarly, some allocatees protested the variations as no explanation was given. The committee observed that this exposes government to a very serious legal risk, which could result into litigation in courts of law and as a result lead to loss of funds. Recommendations. In light of the above findings, the committee recommends that Secretary to ERC, Ms. Barbara Emario, should be held liable for altering the size of the acreage without a commission minute to the effect. Recommendation number 2, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, allocations and lease offers should only be communicated to potential leases upon proper ascertainment of the size of the parcel allocated to them. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the next term of reference is to propose measures to safeguard interests of government in the Nakawa-Naguru land. Having highlighted several challenges throughout this report, the committee recommends following measures to safeguard the interests of government. In a bid to resolve the confusion that is evident in the relationship between the EROC and the Ministry of Lands, and in the process of disposal of public land, the committee recommends that government fast-tracks policy and legislative proposals. Recommendation number 2, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the committee, having established that URC does not have an inventory of the land it pretends over, administers and manages, the committee recommends that all government land be identified, surveyed and titled to avoid loss. In this regard, URC should have a proper inventory and land register. The committee observed that URC lacks both financial and human resource capacity to satisfactorily execute its mandate and has often relied on the Ministry of Lands to second personnel to help it out in technical aspects of land management, leaving it very vulnerable to unscrupulous land dealers. The committee therefore recommends that the personnel and technical capacity and financial capacity of the Commission be strengthened. The committee also recommends for appointment of a more technical competent commission with exposure and experience in land management. URC should exercise its rights comprised in the lease agreements with the leases to ensure the terms and conditions of the lease are fully complied with and take timely appropriate action for those not compliant to avoid further reoccurrence of the opaque prime scandal. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the other recommendation, the current commission should be retired in public interest for abuse of authority and violation of the executive authority. Government should follow the law and obey court orders to avoid unnecessary reputation and litigation associated risks. The next term of reference was to investigate any other matters incidental to the Nakawa-Naguru estate. The committee, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the committee did not have adequate time to diverge into other incidental matters, but found it pertinent to comment on allocation of land to local construction limited and settlement agreement. The committee, in its interaction with ROCO, was informed that ROCO Construction Limited was allocated land inclusive of the 1.7 acres for which they were compensated for by government. ERC, in its meeting held on 9th to 12th, 2021, under minute number 3/2/21, allocated 2 acres of land to ROCO Construction Company Limited. The chairperson informed the committee that in allocating 2 acres, they considered 1.7 acres on which ROCO had initially constructed a slab for opaque prime. The committee noted that ROCO Construction had been compensated 15.72 billion in lieu of any interest they had in 2 acres area allocated to them, inclusive of the slab. This figure is inclusive of 8% interest rate per annum. ERC, in its status report dated August 2020, stated as follows: ERC considered opinion is that ROCO has no legal basis for any payment as it failed to fulfill its obligation with opaque prime at the time of re-entry, which would be a basis for its claim. ROCO therefore has no claim on the land. At the time of this report writing, there was no evidence that government of Uganda had instituted any legal proceeding against opaque prime. There were irregularities in signing and effecting payments to ROCO construction companies as reflected in the deed between government of Uganda and ROCO. Whereas there was a presidential directive to effect payment to ROCO Construction Company in a letter dated 20th September 2021, Appendix 11, it should be done within the law. Mr. Ramadan Gobi, who signed the deed of settlement and assignment on behalf of government, Appendix 12, made payments to Construction Company on 18th October 2021 via invoice number SP050/October. Before the deed settlement and assignment was signed on 19th November 2021, he informed the committee that he was implementing the presidential directive which stipulated that he should effect payments immediately as reflected in his letter. The committee recommends that the land allocated to rock construction be revalued, taking into account the appreciation in value and fixture thereon before the lease offer is made. Government should recover 15.72 billion paid to ROCO from opaque prime. Mr. Ramadan Govi should be cautioned for making payments to ROCO construction irregularly. The presidential.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues.
Honorable members, if you're not satisfied with the caution, you will suggest an amendment. That is how the House is handled.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The other recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the other recommendation is that presidential directives should be implemented.
Honorable
within the law.
members, you're losing a point. Kindly listen to the report, then you will debate and make your own amendments.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. The next is Uganda Land Commission. The vacation of the chairperson of ULC from office, temporary pending determination of the court matters and other investigations against her, poses governance challenges to the Commission, rendering their decisions questionable. Legal framework. The committee observed that there is no clear legal framework guiding the operations and relationship between the Ministry of Lands and the Commission to enable smooth and transparent management of land owned by government. Conclusion. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, the ad hoc committee delved into all details of Naguru-Nakawa land allocations as per the terms of reference and came out with the recommendations highlighted above. This should form a basis for a long-standing solution to the challenges in the development of the area for the good of the country. The recommendations should create a basis for more transparent and accountable system of disposal of public land in the whole country. Suffice to submit that there is urgent need of legal regime to streamline the process of giving out and use of public land. I would like to thank members of the committee for commitment they exhibited in short time and beg to report to Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member of Parliament and the ad hoc committee. Honourable members, you've heard from the chairperson of the committee. I just want to find out something from the Land Attorney General. Once there are presidential directives, do you act as they are or you act within the law?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, when you receive a presidential directive, you determine what provisions of the law are available for you to implement it. So you implement them in accordance with the law.
Thank you. Land Attorney General, the presidential directives, should they be in writing or just a verbal, like I come to you, the president says do this and this?
Right Honourable Speaker, there is no standard for which you receive a presidential. I've been here a very short time to know how that works, but I receive mine in writing.
In writing, okay.
So but I don't see what would stop the president from calling me and instructing me to carry out.
That is okay. My question is answered. If you're not satisfied, me, I'm satisfied. Land Attorney General, I still want to ask something. I just want a clarification. You know, you are the legal advisor for the country, and it would be good for us to know, to learn more from you. When you're making a payment, do you make a payment before the deed is executed, or you execute a deed and make payment? Because what I've heard, Rocco was paid a month before, then the deed was signed later. What was the basis of payment?
I would answer the question by saying, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, you first enter into the agreement.
Okay.
The agreement could be formal or informal, but the ideal situation would be you enter into the agreement first, have it executed, and then make the payment.
Lastly, the Land Attorney General then said the third parties were not supposed to benefit. The fact that Rocco was a third party, in your own understanding, was that payment right?
Running the risk of answering the question for which I am found culpable, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the payment to Rocco will be correct because Cabinet made a Cabinet decision that the people who had developments there should be compensated with land. So yes, it would be correct. But secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the Rocco situation...
Rocco was not a sitting tenant. There's a difference between the sitting tenants and then Rocco who had a contract with the OPEC.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining, Right Honourable Speaker, that at the time of entering the deed of settlement and assignment, Rocco had entered into an arrangement with OPEC Prime to be paid using the land. So the deed of assignment was supposed to be, and like the committee correctly instructed, that money should be recovered on the basis of the deed of assignment.
You're very good, Attorney General. The debate is open.
Some clarification.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you very much for those questions you have begun with before the debate. However, let us not be misled by the Attorney General before this House. Honourable Speaker, I was in the ninth Parliament. I was among the members who investigated the matter of Asajabalaba giveaway of 149 billion. And indeed, the President was giving directives to Honourable Makuye, who was the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance by then, Saida Bumba. But at the end of the day, we met the President. I was there myself. The President told us that his directive is not a mere path, but it's not correct. It's not a matter of taking it. But as the Attorney General, he must advise him on the directive before he makes a mistake. And that's how we censured Honourable Makuya.
But that's what he has said. That's what he has said.
No, but he has said, Honourable Speaker, I have noted him very well. He said that once he gets the directive, he takes it. That's what he said. He looks at it.
Honourable Seungu, he says you must act within the law.
That's what we are saying. So what, according to the question you have asked the Honourable Attorney General, was he acting in the law? Actually, Honourable Speaker, when I look at the directives of the President, they are under 2021. But the transaction of this business of Naguru land began in 2006.
Honourable Seungu, I understand your problem. You've been sitting here since morning, so you must be tired. Susan
Yes, but you
Amero,
don't take such directives.
Honourable Susan Amero.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. I didn't know that there are some Ugandans here who are patriotic. Thank you very much for the work you have done. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to start with the issue of the compensation for the sitting tenants. Considering the land value of Nakawa in the current state, current market price, Nakawa is a prime area that everyone would want to have land. Madam Speaker, 17 million shillings that they are talking about compensation for these people is very little money. And therefore, we would like to ask government that these people be considered according to the current market price, because you destabilize them from wherever they were living comfortably.
Gracia.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Susan, ex gratia is different from compensation.
Okay.
So what the government would do is to reconsider. but that is ex gratia.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for your guidance. Right Honourable Speaker, you have asked the question that I was about to ask. That one of the irregularity in payment of ROCO. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm not comfortable with the recommendation of the committee to just caution Mr. Ngobi, the PSST, in that he has just taken less than 1 year in the office, but the irregularities he has caused this country are enormous that we cannot just continue to caution him. He needs to leave that office because he's abusing it terribly. Right Honourable Speaker, I therefore move an amendment that he be retired in public interest, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Susan. Honourable Susan, just a minute. On an appointment of a president, when you read the case of Fox Odoi versus Attorney General, and then you read the case of Severino versus Attorney General, it says Parliament does not have powers to order somebody out of office, but we can urge the appointing authority to have that person out of office. I want us to be mindful of the law, even whatever we are discussing. Councillor Isibambi, is that correct? Please, on the microphone.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for a good report.
Put on your mask.
I'm sorry, Honourable Speaker, I have a problem. I speak with. Okay. I would like to thank the committee for a very good report. It has given Parliament and the entire country an opportunity to get a directory of the land grabbers and the cartel in mismanaging land in the entire country. I was a land administrator. From page 1 to page 37, the names mentioned as individuals and the companies are the people involved in land grabbing in this country. So we have gotten now the opportunity of addressing the relevant authorities to investigate those characters behind the Naguru land grabbing. In that spirit, I don't support the recommendation to uphold some applications. Let us first look at the genesis of this allocation. How did they get to know that land is available when the notice was pinned at the land board of Uganda Land Commission? Do they work there? They have testified that actually they go to know through land brokers. But there is a procurement method under the PPDA, how you go to acquire public properties. So, Right Honourable Speaker.
So you want to make amendment?
I want to make an amendment that the entire parcel of land should revert to government. Mulago Hospital is looking for land. Public facilities are not, even Parliament of Uganda. So we should cancel the entire transaction because it's tainted with fraud, irregularities, and illegalities. I therefore submit that the report be amended to cancel all the titles and land should revert back to ULC as public land. I beg to submit.
By the way, even Naguru Hospital, Naguru, which is next just to the land, is also looking for land. So we could, Attorney General, take note of this. We have actually removed the money for purchase of land for Naguru from the budget because we want you to allocate land to Naguru Hospital. Mapendusi, that line up, then you're all going to speak.
Right Honorable Speaker.
For me,
thank
we
you.
can even sit up to midnight.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Members, 2 minutes.
I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for doing a wonderful job. Right Honorable Speaker, unlike the opinion offered by the Honorable colleague, I feel if there are entities that are found to have followed procedures to avoid having serious legal implications, I think the recommendation of the committee should be respected. But Right Honorable Speaker, just based on the advice you offered, that this Parliament does not have the power to cause the removal, I therefore want to, using your advice, I want to join my colleagues in urging the appointing authority to consider relieving some of the officials who have been mentioned. For example, the ministers who have been mentioned, and also there are ministers that have been mentioned, including Honorable Minister Passis. I think these are people who should be relieved, and the appointing authority should consider giving them the opportunity to rest from holding those public offices. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in applauding the committee for their good investigation. Madam Speaker, this report leaves many of us worrying how things are done in this country. This reminds me of the famous Temagalu saga, where payments are done even before any documentation is done. I wonder, the people we appoint to hold public offices, how they take their responsibilities, and whether they think when they are appointed they should do things without following the laid down procedures. Madam Speaker, it has been mentioned, names were mentioned. The committee did not refer anything to the office of the IGG. And I would include a recommendation that some of these people are referred to the office of the IGG, but knowing that, aware that the sitting IGG has also been mentioned. So we also go for
Honorable members of Parliament, IGG is not Betty Kamia. IGG is an office. Much as honorable members, much as Honorable Betty Kamia is mentioned in this, it does not deter us from referring anybody to IGG. Yes.
Yes, finally, Madam Speaker, I also join colleagues that to urge government to reconsider the 17 million for the sitting tender and to be reconsidered and reviewed upward. Thank you.
Honorable members, don't repeat what has been said. We've already agreed. Ex gratia will be handled.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee that gave us this report. For the record, Right Honorable Speaker, I grew in Naguru Estate as a secondary student in my O-level. And I also stayed in Nakawa Housing Estate as a secondary school student in my A-level. The issue of Naguru and Nakawa Housing
Honorable members, there is only one meeting here.
Thank you for protecting me.
Go out and have your meetings.
Thank you for protecting me, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Naguru-Nakawa is a very old issue, more than 30 years. And center in the issue of Naguru-Nakawa was the user clause, that land would remain residential area for low-income earners who work with government and KCC. In the report, Right Honorable Speaker, the tenants, the bona fide occupants, have now been left on the sidelines, and now we are now not clear on the user clause. We run a risk of having that place occupied by all sorts of business. I request the Right Honorable Speaker that the user clause of that land be clarified along this report so that we know for sure how that land will be settled for the benefit of the low-income earners. I thank you very much.
Senyonyi, area MP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll come, Doctor, don't worry.
Madam Speaker, this is an issue that is very close to my heart because the land we are talking about is within my constituency of Nakawa West. Madam Speaker, we debate these reports, recommendations are passed, but I hope that ultimately, one, we get to learn, but two, that action gets to be taken. This particular piece of land, hundreds of people were evicted over 10 years ago. They were crying in pain. Many are living in slums. Many died. And they were told, look, we are evicting you here for your own good. Why? Because we are going to put up state-of-the-art apartments, a satellite city, and you're going to be the first beneficiaries. To date, that has never happened. They were promised, all right, we are going to try and cushion you with 17.9 million shillings. It's been so many years, and that money is even too little given the times. Inflation, 17.9 million shillings, Madam Speaker, even 1 year ago, is not the same amount today. But somehow we don't seem to learn. It keeps happening again and again and again. How I pray, Madam Speaker. You see, Uganda Land Commission, as we speak, is being examined by the committee I chair, COSASE, the Auditor General's report. Same problems everywhere. Naguru-Nakawa is just a snippet of the challenges this institution has across the country. But you see, when we make recommendations and action is never taken, we'll be in a vicious cycle. So my prayer, Madam Speaker, is that this debate will not just be to make ourselves feel good for the cameras, but that action gets to be taken. People.
Ronald.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Nakawa Estate was in my area of jurisdiction. That's where now they're constructing a state-of-the-art hospital for Aga Khan. Right Honorable Speaker, the former sitting tenant had stayed on that land for over 40 years. And they had equitable interest on the land. Right Honorable Speaker, these people were evicted at night, psychologically tortured. And they also made an MOU to that effect, which to me I believe is effective. Therefore, it is important that they should be compensated and not just given ex gratia. Right Honorable Speaker, things have changed. That land is very costly. If someone had received a building, a low-cost house during that time, it would be 7 times. Information, let me first complete. I will give you more time. I will give you time. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, I was the whistleblower when actually OPEC was selling off that land. I came out and warned the government that I was going to resettle the people back on that land. And that's when I was called by the Prime Minister's office, and they told me to come down, for they had constituted.
Kawalia? After Kawalia?
Thank you.
After Kawalia, then you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to thank the committee for the wonderful work. But this has portrayed a bad image to the governance of this country, most especially when it comes to land issues. Madam Speaker, in 2013, there is the Kampala Physical Development Plan which was passed, and it approved that place, the Nakawa area, to be a purely residential area. When you look at most of the companies who are allocated land, most of them are business-oriented. Madam Speaker, the same laws that we have in this country, for example, the Physical Planning Act also gives the local authorities power to be consulted when it comes to subdivisions. We have seen that land being subdivided, but when you read into the committee's report, you don't see any single day when Kampala Capital City Authority was consulted when they are going to subdivide this land. So we need to interest ourselves when it comes to the issue of subdivision of this big land. Madam Speaker, there are serious offices.
Can I get to understand? Is that land under KCCA or ULC?
It is under the jurisdiction of Kampala. So Kampala, the Physical Planning Department.
There are two offices, ULC and KCCA.
Yeah, it is KCCA. ULC, Madam Speaker, let me explain this.
Don't mislead this House.
I'm not misleading.
The land is under ULC.
I understand that the land is under ULC, but ULC is supposed to write to Kampala Capital City Authority to seek for change of user for that property, and at the same time, when it comes to subdivisions, they are supposed to be done at KCCA Land Zone Office.
I'll come back like this. Let me first. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Honorable Speaker.
A lady.
The lady.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend the committee for the report.
That's Honorable Achan.
Honorable Achan Joyce,
okay,
for people with disabilities. I would like to commend the committee for a good report and recommendations that they have come up with. Right, Honorable Speaker, the land in question, Naguru and Nakawa in particular, I grew up in Nakawa since when I was young. The issue of Nakawa started in 1998. Right, Honorable Speaker, the demolition, when the demolition came, people were thrown out. The people that were thrown out migrated to Mutungu, Kasokoso, Mbuya, and some of them, most of them have died as I talk now. Their children have still remained waiting for the compensation of these properties. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am very happy that the committee has recommended the ex gratia of 17 million to each tenant. But I am made to understand that ex gratia means that a token of appreciation. I only implore the House that this money be increased a little bit to suit the current market of now. Because when these people receive this money, they will go and buy land and then construct. And the other thing I want to, the Attorney General to come out clearly and tell us is, there were some individuals or companies that made an MOU with the OPEC. And when OPEC was terminated, these companies are now demanding government to compensate them. A case in point is multi-consultant design. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm well aware that when you are in my land, and I've given it to you, when you want to involve the third party, you must first consult me. To be involved in the agreement, I want the Attorney General or the Minister of Land to tell us whether they were not in the know of these individuals. Because I read in another report of the 10th Parliament that they were denying these companies that they went into agreement with the OPEC without their knowledge. And now they are terminating their lease. And these people are running to court. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Kahonda. Honorable Kahonda. Is that Kahonda?
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, I want to pronounce my name properly. I'm Honorable Wandwasi.
Wandwasi Robert.
Yes, MP
Okay.
for Hungo South Constituency in Mbale.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it's terribly surprising that the ULC, the Uganda Land Commission that we've put in a lot of trust in, that was supposed to be the custodian of the public land. Madam Speaker, it is reported, in the committee reported that during the time of interrogation, they didn't have the inventory. Madam Speaker and honorable members, to me, this puts the government at a very, very high risk. The people who are supposed to take care of our land, as we talk, did not have the inventory. What were they pretending? What were they taking care of? So, in my opinion, Madam Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would wish to move in the same spirit that the ULC commissioners be retired in public interest, Madam Honorable Speaker. If we were to save the government land in our country, just in public interest.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee for the recommendations made. Madam Speaker, matters about land in this country are very crucial. Without land, we cannot have development cutting across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, the observations that have been made for the Nakawa-Naguru land makes us know that land grabbing and mismanagement is happening across the country. It is very important that, Madam Speaker, that the district land boards need thorough training on matters about land. Madam Speaker, even as we look at this recommendation, I support the recommendation of identification of government land, registration, and having that land surveyed. Madam Speaker, I want to make a slight amendment that we would set a time frame for that. Because, Madam Speaker, this one has taken time. When you reflect on the recommendations that the Minister of Education also made in relation to protecting school land through surveying, it's not being done. So I implore this Parliament that maybe we make a recommendation of 1 or 2 years for all land-related matters to be sorted out so that land belonging to government can be protected. I beg to submit.
Attorney General, I want you to interest yourself on the PPDA, whether it has a provision for the sale of government land. PPDA Act. And if it is not there, then we need to see what to do. Celiasi?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to thank the committee for coming up with this great report. But, Madam Speaker, I want just to amend on recommendation, because when you look at this country, government money is being spoiled, wasted, and when you go to Nakaseka, even Nakasongola, we are suffering a lot with roads because there are no fund for maintenance. Where the court ordered that these individuals should pay this money, where the government again paid instead of them, they are supposed to pay, and we should put the timeline, maybe 2 months, these individuals should pay this money so that be used in other sectors, for example, in road maintenance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, I'm coming back. Don't waste your energy to stand. I am coming back.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
After the behind the cabin, then you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that this country is faced with an uphill task of fighting corruption. Several anti-corruption campaigns, including trekking very long journeys in the fight of corruption. But, Madam Speaker, we seem to be very good at rhetoric and poor at practices. We don't walk the talk. And we should, at this point, try to investigate the factors that underpin this discrepancy between principle and practice. Madam Speaker, in renowned countries where corruption is fought, if anybody is mentioned in a corruption scandal, that person, like Australia for example, that person is dented enough. You don't need to be convicted to leave office. Madam Speaker, and a situation where the most senior technical person at the Finance Ministry, Dr. Gobi, is mentioned in this report. Madam Speaker, where our ministers have turned themselves into false prophets, delivering prophecies from the president that are false. Madam Speaker, something must be done. Or else, Madam Speaker, this parliament risks becoming a mere collection of supine non-entities, rubber stamps, and political bootlickers. I beg to submit.
Honorable Mbua Kinkizi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the committee for the good report. And I do appreciate that the spirit was to set up a satellite city. But Right Honorable Speaker, I remember in the 10th Parliament, when the President had instituted a committee to investigate, headed by our old Muzei here, Moses Ali. I remember even ministers who were on that committee had started making some small portions of trying to create that satellite city into a slum. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think to me, Honorable Namuganza has a responsibility and she must tell this House how it happened. But Right Honourable Speaker, I cannot agree with members who are saying the matter should be referred to the IGG. Right Honourable Speaker, I remember when President one time mentioned that if IGG decides to harass those thieves, some of them they will run away not to invest in Uganda. And I think to me she was not emotionally, the intelligence, she did not sense that intelligence, because you cannot go in a meeting of night dancers, then you start blaming cannibalism. So, Right Honourable Speaker, in a nutshell, I'm saying that technical people should be held responsible. Because when you talk about even some of the commissioners, 1 microsecond, this is a maiden speech. Thank you so much. Right Honourable Speaker, the matter we are talking about has taken over and over 8 or 11 years. But some commissioners have just, they are there even in either 1 year or 3 years, but we are just generalizing. Can't we try to look out for those people by the time this land was given out, and we dig them where they are, and we arrest them? Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, we are not sending this to IGG. What we have done is conclusive. We are only going to ask executive to give us a treasury memorandum on what they have done within 2 months. Kinkizi, Rwanda, Islands, the fisherman. Kinkizi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, King Macbeth said, I know what is legal, but not what is right. Madam Speaker, I'm meant to understand that a number of players who are supposed to protect the Constitution, the legal regime of this country, are the ones who have continued to malign the establishment of the law to their interest. Madam Speaker, when you look at the committee recommendations, it is this time, Madam Speaker, we have seen the committee presenting very good reports, and we want to thank them. Madam Speaker, corruption in this country is being engineered by the ones supposed to protect it, to annihilate it. And the first one, Madam Speaker, we are talking about ULC should retire, should do what? But Madam Speaker, in the Luchiga Runyankwele, there is a saying, an adage that when you leave what is producing urine, and then you start bumping on the bishato, that the clothing they are putting on, you are just trying to have the defense of alibi. And at this moment, Madam Speaker, I want to suggest that, first of all, you have made us fear. Madam Speaker, with due respect, you mean our recommendations cannot stand because a minister, Madam Speaker, a minister cannot be removed by the Parliament when he's doing wrong things? No. We need to either review the law and empower the Parliament, which approves the ministers, to make sure we do something to make them work. Otherwise, we cannot continue recommending, and then it is at the preserve of the President to leave that minister in the place, because we shall be meaningless in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, with due respect, the people who are concerned, who did wrong things, who are mentioned, should be put to book, because our people are suffering. Madam Speaker, you remember, there is one time when I was to be chased on the committee because I mentioned this matter. Honorable
member can testify. It is at this moment, Madam Speaker, we should now start biting because our people whom we represent, because this is the House of Representatives, Madam Speaker. How can we pretend over these people who are the ones depleting our resources and they continue to blame us? Madam Speaker, I want to bring another issue. Look, the other day I saw a person speaking on television. The parliament has no role. They are the ones who are making final statements, and then we are here trying to protect them. We need, Madam Speaker, my prayer is, Honorable Minister has mentioned whether you're going to IGG or where, you should be interrogated. We need to have a comprehensive report on who did what, and then they face the justice of this country. Yes. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put a disclaimer that I happen to be a victim of one of the pieces of land here in Kampala, where we woke up one morning and we found our whole flat was down by people who alleged to have got a directive from the president to take the land. Right Honorable Speaker, I want us, Parliament, maybe to request the president to make work easy for us. Because whoever you meet in such scandals, they will tell you it's a presidential directive to bring people down. Right Honorable Speaker, we saw what happened in the last Parliament. We saw what happened when a population of thousands of people were chased out of land, and everyone was, the ministers you would ask by then of land
Honorable Prosi, just to lay your fears, the presidential directives are always in blue letters. That's one. Two, when you get that blue letter, act within the law. That's what the Attorney General said.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and it is what I wanted you to, and it's good that you've emphasized it. I thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, even our ministers, especially the ones for land, please be conscious of the people. You don't know how much it hurts when you write that letter and they take someone's family down with children and they are pushed away, yet yours are in flat sleeping well. I want to request you that sometimes, even when a letter comes, please advise the president well for the case of those families. It is hurting. I have experienced it. Madam Speaker, whoever this has not happened to will not know what it means. I pray that whoever has been found guilty or whoever has been mentioned has to clearly explain and state out for the people to know the right issue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General, one thing I need you to note, even all the schools, Honorable Attorney General, the other thing I want you to note, all the schools have been encroached by the same people. All the land of all the schools have been encroached. I have just my neighbor there, a playing ground has been taken. I want this committee to continue with those school lands and find out what is happening.
Yes.
Yes, Fisherman.
Motion.
Then Taylor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in last Parliament, actually in the 9th Parliament, I chaired a select committee investigating land belonging to public schools in Kampala. And I recall the LOP was one of the members after demolition of Nabagereka Primary School. And we discovered that actually almost 90% of land belonging to these schools, including government schools, is under threat. And in many of these transactions, we were having a look at a number of presidential directives. Unfortunately, all these letters were ending with passing the responsibility back to the minister or to the responsible officer. Therefore, the presidential directives in themselves are actually not directives. They're actually seeking for advice, but in most cases, some of these people end up taking that direction. So
allow me guide the House. Yes. In this case, there is what they call purported presidential directives. There are no presidential directives.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that guidance, and I was referring to the others that we looked at, which were not purported. But Madam Speaker, right from the word go, and I'm a physical planner by profession, you cannot have a satellite city. You see, right from the word go, you cannot have a satellite city. You cannot have a satellite city in Nakawa when Kampala city is here. So from the word go, there was duping.
Okay.
But, Madam Speaker, my prayer, every institution has a time when it can be remembered. Let this parliament be remembered for...
Honorable members, listen to somebody from the fishing.
Last parliament had its peak, and that was the age limit. Let this parliament have its peak as the celebration of the 1 year, which is our birthday. Let this be our peak by censuring those who are responsible. And actually, our hands are itching, and that is the only way how we can actually help the president and this government have the right officers in the right offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taylor.
Motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have the floor, Honourable colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, my attention has been drawn to page 14 and 13 of the report, where the report seems to create an impression that tenants became tenants by virtue of signing a memorandum of understanding with the company. There has been a bit of cries from different corners of people who are genuine tenants but are not appearing in the report, on which those who signed the memorandum are included. Right Honourable Speaker, I would invite this Honourable House, using all the resources available, to properly investigate if there are further tenants who are not included but they are genuine tenants. It is so painful to be left out. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, the honourable members who have been implicated in the report seem to create an impression that they are innocent. Why don't we give this country one gift for people to learn that if you are faulted, you step aside, pave way for investigations. When they are complete, you come back and reassume your office if you are exonerated. Thirdly, Right Honourable Speaker, this business of the front benchers inviting the president to launch fake programs must stop.
Who is disorganizing Taylor?
Right Honourable Speaker, with your protection, this business of the front benchers without doing due diligence on projects in this country and maligning my dear president, implicating him and creating an impression that he's part of the land grabbers must stop, and whoever does so going forward must be held accountable. Thank you.
Katuntu, Honourable Katuntu, Honourable Baka.
Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, I only have 4 points to make.
Yes.
The first one, and I think is most important, I'd like to remind the whole House that land as a factor of production is not elastic. It is not expanding. The population is expanding. The crisis of land grabbing, brace yourselves, it is going to continue. So this is not a very, very simple matter. This is just a symptom. People everywhere are looking for land, both legitimately and illegitimately. And if we don't start addressing the real problem now, even tomorrow there will be another ad hoc committee about land, about officers, about politicians, about everybody. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the committee for this report, but most importantly, you as the presiding officer for having brought this business to the floor. 2, what is the policy of this government? From the report it's clear that government wanted to establish a satellite city in Nakawa. And I imagine that was the policy. Today, I'm seeing land being allocated to hospitals, schools, nothing to do with the original policy. Supermarket. So we've moved away, Right Honorable Speaker, from the policy which, according to the documents which are here, was the purpose opaque. Yes. And that's very serious, because can the government tell us whether the allocations now conform to the satellite city policy? Or we've now diverted, soon you'll find somebody having a farm there.
Honorable Katuntu, the letter which was written by the President on what should be in that land has never been vacated.
That's the truth. The letter has never been vacated because, yes, this land belongs to ULC, Uganda Land Commission, but fiscal planning for that area is KCCA. Do we have approved plans in accordance with that policy to all those people who are purporting to be developing this land? No. You have to relook at even those who are occupying the land currently. Thirdly, Right Honourable Speaker, due diligence. Before the government puts pen to paper, somebody must have had the due diligence. May we know who did the due diligence of OPEC? Because that is not here. Was this company allowed to take over this land without due diligence? And if somebody misled the government, he should be held to be responsible. Right Honourable Speaker, now we are looking at another one called Virginia. And from the late exchange and the report, looks like there was no due diligence about Virginia. And yet we now have people saying that there is a presidential directive. And I'm going to address the issue of presidential directives too. Colleagues, as long as there is no due diligence, the president's name is going to always be brought in shadow deals. Because the first person who runs to State House comes out with a presidential directive. And now we are learning from this report that even ministers are talking about a verbal presidential directive. The president puts himself in a very difficult position. If your minister goes and says, I've been directed by the president, and is your agent, whom am I not to believe it? But the OPEC, Right Honourable Speaker, there is no due diligence for Virginia, and yet there is an allocation. And yes, there is even a presidential signature to that allocation. Why the president was forced to. Presidential orders in law, presidential orders are not law. Let me repeat. In law, presidential orders are not law. In the US,
presidential orders are called executive orders, and they carry a weight of the law. Because they are written, they are instruments. However, because our constitutional regime runs what we call an executive soul, all the authority of the executive rests in the president. That's when the president makes those presidential orders. But there are smaller things where I think the president should not be getting over, of allocating a half an acre of land. And we are seeing a presidential directive, give Khartoum to this half an acre of land. It's not correct. Because many crooks in town are taking advantage of it and actually dragging the president's name in this particular transaction.
Honorable Katuntu, even if such a letter is there, somebody must act within the law. Somebody must act within the law.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, and that's not debatable. That the learned Adjournment has explained it. When a president gives a directive, it is you to implement it within the law. And if you find that it is not implemented within the law, you write back to the president, sir, you directed this, but the law does not allow me to do this. But that's what I imagine if you had a senior civil servants are technical advisors of the president. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, about the third parties, like Rocco. Lastly, about the third parties, Rocco. Right Honorable Speaker, government has no contract with Rocco. We had no obligation. The obligation we had was with OPEC. And
Honorable members, can you listen?
And after OPEC had reported, we cannot now go and start looking for those people who are defaulted to OPEC, and we are giving them good money. You cannot do that. We are spending good money to sort out problems which are not ours. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Hello.
Honorable Baka.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues by thanking the committee for the wonderful work done. And I want to say, I want to support those ones who say we resort the entire land back to government. And
Honorable members, can you listen?
Right Honorable Speaker, let me give you the background of Nakawa-Naguru. I was
Bring your point.
staying in Nakawa and starting in Naguru.
We know the background of that.
I was the chairman of
bring the
LC1. I was the chairman of LC2. I want to tell you the background of this. Right Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Baka. Honorable Baka. Honorable Baka.
I'm going to the point, Right Honorable Speaker.
What is your amendment?
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, even the issue of OPEC was designed just to confuse us. Before OPEC came in, we had floated 3 plans as the chairman LC2. We had the plan for the low income, middle, and the rich. And this KCC had approved them.
Do you have an amendment to the report?
Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Naguru and Nakawa and OPEC just came to confuse the people. First and foremost, who was OPEC? Was OPEC a foreigner or somebody from within? And after that, what is happening in Nakawa and Naguru, which I used to know? Right Honorable Speaker, in order to save time, I think we better revert the entire land of Nakawa and Naguru back to the government and replan afresh. Even the tenants of Nakawa and Naguru up to now, they are...
Solomon Silwanyi. Silwanyi Solomon.
Motion.
Solomon Silwanyi.
Motion. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, all of you sit down.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the party I support most, the National Resistance Movement, has lost support in the last elections in Buganda region because of one reason of land grabbing. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not going to stand here, and I'm not going to stand here in Parliament and keep quiet when the people of Uganda are losing land and property. If we are to restore sanity in this country, we must give the right people the land that belongs to them. This business of having rich bourgeoisies coming and they take over land and they take over property of the poor and they divert from the initial plans of government. Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament should not condone such. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, okay, I take the information. Let me take the information.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Solomon. Honorable Member, I'd like to inform you about Nakawa land. I remember there's a man who used to own a school called Nakawa Vocational School. It's called by the name Boma. The minister must be aware. Honorable Member, when the minister told that man called Boma that he was directed by the president for the man to hand over the school, the man got his time and met the president.
Honorable.
The president assured the man that he did not direct the minister to get the land free of charge. Right, Honorable Speaker, up to now, that minister has swindled 2 billion shillings supposed to be paid to Nakawa Vocational School owned by the man called Boma, and the man used to train the persons with disability.
Information.
Right now, the issue is in court, and we are directing that man to take that minister aid on. Right, Honorable Speaker, thieves are in this country. The Minister of Land.
Which minister is that?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Land by then, Honorable Betty Amoni. Right now, the man is so annoyed. The man is so annoyed. The money has not been paid. Yet the president said that man must be paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, thieves are taking over this country, and we need to take it very seriously. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we should stand as Parliament to be counted that this is a Parliament that will not condemn, that we are not part of the people, of the members of Parliament that supported land grabbing in this country. Because the only resource, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have in this country that the people are remaining with to date. Honorable Silas, my time is getting over. I'm informed.
Don't argue.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable
Okay,
I want to thank Honorable Silwanyi. He's my brother. And it is wisdom for you to give me time. My point, one, the spirit of grabbing land, I think started from Nakawa. Then it came, it had already touched Shimoni. Now we have seen it, traced it up to Lubowa. We don't know where it is going next. Yeah. So can you tell us also, I want to get this from the Attorney General. From the Attorney General. On the issue of Shimoni, for instance, how did Shimoni vacate this place? Was it through a directive or a legislative process or a given law? Madam Speaker, we are under pressure to have people interdicted and also to have people censured with immediate effect. That is what we need to do as a Parliament.
Further information.
Madam Speaker, further information. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Silas Agon from Kumi. I would like to inform our colleagues that in our cabinet we have black angels, and one of them is in the house today. Those black angels have treated the good name of the regime to an extent that wherever we go, some of us who put on yellow shirts, not this one who put on red, people are beginning to run away from us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to agree with my colleagues that those black angels, including one who is here, must carry political accountability. Political accountability, for having organized a land bonanza to distribute land among themselves. And why don't those black angels just tell Ugandans that we are ready to steal land at once and stop? Because you saw at Nakuru, you are stealing in other places, and you have become now immune. But as I finish, Madam Speaker, these black angels, we should name and shame them and carry like a Honorable Namgan on the Super Square for Ugandans, so that Ugandans can know that who still cooked by them.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I will see. Where will you pass?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Early in the morning, Right Honorable Speaker, we had a more tranquil environment, and we discussed matters almost similar to what's on the floor. During the discussion on the Bujagali exemption, we received almost similar indictments of negligence of duty, a no-care attitude towards public duty. And it is
Honorable members, we're in one house. Stephen Mago. Honorable Chivumbi, come back. Come back. Musasi, you cross the floor.
Right, Honourable Speaker, now that the House is full and was halfway at the discussion of the tax bills, my basic sense is that members are here to take action on their public duty. The report is very informative, but of course runs short of raising a red flag on how public business is conducted and how the presidency has become a subject of exploitation by individuals that have been given a duty to execute on behalf of the country. Right, Honourable Speaker, we were discussing Bujagali, we are discussing Naguru, subsequently we shall discuss the coffee deal. The thread is the same. Seemingly, the painter, the artist looks to be the same. And this House of Parliament is enjoined to rise up the occasion and terminate the thread.
of persistent deliberate fraud carrying through on all public projects and programs. And until we take action and send a stronger message, we shall continue debating in turns and no action taken. Right, Honourable Speaker, I would like to invite the Attorney General to take cognizance of the existence of Article 239 and its implementation. Land Attorney General, it's a duty of government, by extension Parliament, given the abuse that has been visited through Uganda Land Commission on public lands over the country. Naguru is just a small tip of the vast iceberg. And right, Honourable Speaker, one of the amendments that I wanted to move relating to ULC is an investigation into the activities of ULC. ULC has a very big problem. Just removing an individual will not solve the problem. For those of you who have been in this House of Parliament for a while, have known over, I think, 1, 2, 3 registers removed, the same vice remains. Is really ULC bedeviled that they cannot really make over their troubles? Right, Honourable Speaker, I think we need to make an investigation to go to the core of the problems of ULC. They have given away public land in local governments. They have actually participated in defrauding the public. But right, Honourable Speaker, too, as part of the gap, probably because of time, the committee never came out to bring to bear, is removing the veil on some of the directors of these companies. If there was enough time to remove the veil, you will be shocked. They are the same people that are really grabbing land in the countryside and evicting people. When you see some of these companies whose names are coached in phonetics, you believe that they are being, I think they were registered somewhere in Greece. The owners are around, and they have a track record of land grabbing. And because they have gotten out with the evil, it's no longer a problem for them. But, Honourable Speaker, walking the talk and acting on the recommendation of this committee will be a huge step forward by this Parliament to send a very strong message, but also as an advice to the President, and the President needs to be helped to safeguard State House from being a clearing house for fraud. Mr. Speaker, that the President does not have all the time to look at all these documents. People walk to State House with phony investors. As long as you pick somebody with another color, they look like investors. And the President being desirous of getting investors, as long as you're another color, you just pick any fraud from any street in Europe or America, as long as they are white. Get an appointment. You say, these are investors. They have grabbed public land and sold it, and they have walked out to the bank smiling. This Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker, owes the public a huge duty to stop this. Second and last, Right Honourable Speaker, the ex gratia awarded at 17 million over 10 years ago should be subjected to a GDP deflator. My friend, the Honourable Musas, knows how this is done. Probably 17 millions 10 years ago could be about 50 million now. I don't think it's right. As long as it is ex gratia at 17 million 10 years ago, the financial people know how to deflate it and bring it to current value. Otherwise, on the day it became a government assurance, to the time we are discussing it without being effectual, it needs to be brought to the current value. And Right Honourable Speaker, we need to be firm. If this is a government assurance, then in the budget we are discussing, we should really put money for these people to be paid off and erase that ghost. Otherwise, I'm very sure some of the beneficiaries are long dead. Others are frustrated. We are talking about that served this country at various levels, some of them aged, others sick. We must terminate their demand because we are the Parliament of Uganda. If possible, Minister of Finance is here, but the process is still ongoing, to commit. It's not a lot of money. It can be availed to have this government assurance cleared and terminated. Finally, to my dear sister, the Honorable Minister, you can do yourself justice and jump before you are pushed. You would have sent a very strong message to your prudence as a servant of the people, and we begin anew. When an inquest is made and you exonerated, probably the appointing authority could think about your prudence and get you back. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges I've had in this House, on 2 terms, I have been in the Committee on Appointments. Some of the people that are sent by the President are very difficult to vet. They have a checkered record, and when they come and they are pleading to be placed in public offices, and we end up in this kind of mess, Parliament, especially the Vetting Committee of Parliament, to which I'm a member, must raise the game. Otherwise, we have individuals, not necessarily at the front bench, but in various offices, with a checkered record over time, and they're being recycled, and the problem continues because impunity has been incubated and accepted. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition and Attorney General, as you've heard, under Article 239 on the function of Uganda Land Commission. We need to make sure that we handle that. And then the ex gratia, they were given 15 years back. We need to see how we can improve on that. Can I hear from government? Can I hear from government? You are the Prime Minister.
Right Honourable.
I want to know who should
Right
talk.
Honourable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I thank the members of the committee and the honourable members for their contribution. I want to call Honourable Namuganza to come and say something, then we can conclude.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. First of all, I discovered that the report which has been read and it was referring to the letter I wrote to Uganda Land Commission, which is the basis of the recommendation that I should leave office, was missing on that report. But I have gotten the copy, and I would like to read it and lay it on table. On the 24th of January 2020, I wrote a letter to Uganda Land Commission requesting to allocate 10 acres of land in Naguru to construct modern children's hospital and a dialysis center. And this was after we had had a meeting with His Excellency the President, with the managers of this hospital, and they had made requests. Honorable Speaker, I request that
raise the...
Can I repeat? Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I was saying that when the report was read, they referred it to a letter which I wrote to Uganda Land Commission on 24th January 2020, being the basis of my abuse of office. But on that report, this letter has not been attached. But I was, and the honorable members, that since I have a copy of the speech, I mean the report, and it makes part of the report, I read it and lay it on table.
The letter is from the president?
No, Honorable Speaker, they were referring to the letter he wrote.
The letter you wrote to ULC?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not on the report.
Okay.
It's not attached.
Please read. Please go
Because
ahead.
somebody can wonder what is in that
Please
letter.
read.
Yes. I stated, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that last year, in June 2019, a request was extended to His Excellency the President on the above, that is the allocation of 10 acres of the Children's Hospital and Dialysis Center, these children with swollen heads. And that this request had not been recommended because at that time, Naguru-land still had issues to do with legal matters. And I told the committee that this is not a new subject matter to Uganda Land Commission, because when we met the president with Uganda Land Commission. Honorable colleague, can you please listen to me? We met the president with Uganda Land Commission. So I was informing them, since this is not a new matter to you, this center will need the 10 acreages of land to be allocated. And they will be constructed by Princeton Children's Medical Center in partnership with Azad. As indicated.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, proceed.
Honorable members, let's first allow the Honorable Minister to finish her letter.
Madam Speaker, proceed.
Yes, so thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a procedural issue.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister had the opportunity to appear before the committee. She did not tender in this letter. What precedents are we setting here now that witnesses come and begin tendering letters here? Madam Speaker, are we proceeding well?
Honorable members, according to the documents I have, that letter was tendered in the committee.
And it's not here.
What is missing in the committee? Because the purported letter is saying it was a presidential directive. What is missing is where is the letter that gave you powers to write that letter to ULC, and that's what brings the influence peddling.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think what honourable members should appreciate is that this letter being read by the minister.
Honourable members.
This letter, the impression that the honourable minister wants to create is that the committee did not put into consideration that letter. That letter was brought to the attention of the committee. And in writing the report, the committee made reference to that letter. But that letter did not answer the concerns of the committee, that is to say, the origin of the so-called presidential directives. So the letter being read, Right Honourable Speaker, was actually put into consideration when the committee was considering the report. I think that must be understood from that context. So there is no injustice that was occasioned on the side of the minister. The documents that we had were put into consideration in writing the report.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's allow the minister to finish. Let the minister finish. Has the minister finished?
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
The honorable members, the way it is nice to chair a house where people are rowdy. I wish one of you could sit here and see yourselves the way you are.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable members, listen to the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you once again. Right Honorable Speaker, we've heard the report. Executive is going to take up the matter, is going to take it up. And I think after two months, we shall come up with a treasury memorandum. Whoever will be found guilty, action will be taken against that person. I thank you.
Honorable members, the allegations on the committee that they didn't consider everything. Can I have a clarification from the chair of the committee? Just for transparency.
Madam Speaker, before the chair comes in, Madam Speaker, I have a recommendation, an amendment to the recommendation, yes, which I want to tender. Then the chair responds on it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the land we are talking about is 42 acres, 142.5. The original land, but the committee report has reported mainly on the 82.5. They have not talked anything to do with the 60 acres. Whether the people that received the 60 acres really deserved to have received the 60 acres. No, nothing has been mentioned about the 60 acres. Right Honorable Speaker, the original purpose of this land was to build residential spaces for our people. And Madam Speaker, this Parliament, one of the biggest recommendations we must make, that the purpose of the land must not be lost. We must return to the original purpose of the land. Madam Speaker, recently we were in the Budget Committee, we were informed that government regained its stake in the National Housing Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to amend the recommendations to state that the 142.5 acres must return to the original purpose, and the National Housing Corporation be given opportunity to develop and build low-cost housing for the people that used to stay in that land. No supermarkets, no hospital.
Honorable members, I had a question that I was asking. Attorney General whether the first directive was vacated. And the question was, there was no vacation of the first directive. Meaning everything that was done there was null and void. Honorable Nanda wanted to amend the recommendation.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we have got a problem here in Parliament, not in Parliament, in Uganda, where people tend to hide behind the president. And the recommendation, because when you're a minister, you are the one to advise the president. Not the president to advise you. You say it is possible, it can be done, this is the road to follow. So, Madam Speaker, why I'm raising this, we have an experience when we are investigating issues of CHOGM. where Vice President wanted to dodge coming to the committee, hiding under the pretext that he was part of the presidency. And you recall, the president said, you are not part, you must appear. And indeed, he appeared. And you know the consequences. He ended up in Ruzira. And if a vice president can go to Ruzira for his misconduct, who is a minister just? Who comes here, waives premium, comes and say he acted on behalf of the president, and he wants to dupe the parliament, and that the president was on direct. So, Madam Speaker, the recommendation I want to put in this report, that all those who acted on the presidential directives, which were not right, should be held personally.
Another amendment.
We are going to hear from the chair.
Right,
but I need a clarification. I also need a clarification from the Attorney General. Attorney General, when court slaps a cost on you as a person, as KK, do you transfer it to government? Send it a strict liability?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Ideally, you shouldn't, but what has been happening is because the suit is against Attorney General, they bring the suits against Attorney General, and then they say the Attorney General has been found, the defendant has been found in contempt. We have tried to deal with it now by, in such cases, we ask for third-party notices to be issued to those people to whom the court is directing the contempt, because we have had an objection to the court now that is unfair to say that government is in contempt because it's abstract. Would like you to tell us who exactly in government is in contempt of the order. But ideally, the contempt should be purged by the contemner, him or herself.
So the issue of government paying money on behalf of these people, was it correct or wrong?
By the reading of the order said the defendant, and the defendant was Attorney General, but ideally it should have been paid by the contemner themselves. So it should have been the contemner themselves paying the money.
Should have been who?
The person who committed the wrong.
So why did government pay on their behalf?
It's before my time. Someone made that decision.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. There are issues that have come up and I thought I would clarify, Right Honorable Speaker. One, on the issue of the letter that Honorable Namuganza refers to, it is true, it's on record. What is not on record? In that letter, she alludes to a meeting with the president where she got a presidential directive. So to the committee, this presidential directive remained verbal, and there is no way we could have taken it as an authentic directive. But her letter is on record. Now, to make matters worse, in the beneficiaries, right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Hello? Yes? Yes? What is the problem?
Right. Now, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair, can you finish?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what confused the committee further on this directive, the beneficiaries alluded to in the minister's letter denied ever to have written either to her or the president. Now the committee wondered how the president could have even thought of directing for those people to benefit. The signatures were differing. The signatures on the request as attached on the file were differing to the signatures of the beneficiaries. So that's why it left us in suspense, and we concluded that these were not genuine requests. The other matter, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, it is on the issue of the satellite city. We highlighted
Thank you, Chair. The Land Attorney General could be really enjoined in this clarification. For the representation of the committee and the clarification by the chairperson that the Honourable Minister purported to have gotten a presidential directive and presented names of companies that denied ever requesting for this land in any form. Is there another meaning, Land Attorney General, of fraudulent misrepresentation?
Right, Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I beg for indulgence that I finish on these clarifications. The reason, Right Honourable colleagues, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the reason we thought we can retain some and cancel some is for one reason. When we assessed, we realized that there are some applicants who were genuine. Now, but on further examination, we realized that others were completely fake. And actually, Right Honourable Speaker, we lifted the veil to know who the applicants were. And some of these were clearly, and some of these were fronts, were clear fronts.
Honorable members, listen to the chair. If you want to amend that, you will amend.
Actually, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, maybe you listen to this statement and you can make your judgment. We examined these companies. We sent for files. We found some companies were genuine and had all the financials and what it takes. We lifted the veil and asked for the names of these owners of the companies. It came out clearly that some were genuine, renowned businessmen. Actually, if the Speaker allows, we can tender that document of the names. We also found, especially for those that we recommended counseling, that these were clear speculators who have never been in business. Now, the committee weighed, if we cancel, we are only creating another bonanza for technocrats to steal again from another category of people. That's how we recommended. That's how.
Honorable members, listen.
That's how.
Honorable members, listen.
That's how. It was our recommendation, Honorable Speaker, it was our recommendation, and it is still our recommendation that government, Right Honorable Speaker, if I can state this and finalize.
Clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
I think, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Honorable colleagues, listen.
Honorable colleagues, I think you need to listen. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you need to listen to this. In the lease offer that is entered between the ROKT and the ULC, they put a minimum of 5 years for someone to have developed that land. So we recommended that for those whose titles are retained, they are supervised strictly to ensure compliance with the plan of KCCA, and failure to do that in 5 years, then they cancel the land.
Motion.
Thank you very much.
Motion.
Procedure.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Attorney General. Would you need to guide us on that? Members are saying that the ones who did not have the committee is saying the ones who did not have the financials didn't have everything. Actually, the brokers, where you're looking at somebody coming to get land, and when you check his account, he only has 10 million? 10 million?
Right, Honourable Speaker. Now, the people that we recommended for cancellation, one, some, when we compared, at the time of payment, they were proposing business plans between $18 million, $50 million. On their accounts, they had 10 million or less.
Procedure.
Now,
procedure.
Honorable members, listen.
Procedure.
Yes, you need this information. The coffee man, you're going to speak next.
So, the other issue, when you look at our recommendation for cancellation, was on the legal basis that a company is a company limited by guarantee. It's not supposed to do business, but it applied for business.
Honorable members, when you look at a company like Fenalo,
procedure.
Fenalo is a church.
Procedure.
Was that place meant for a church?
Procedure.
Motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I move under Rule 59 of our Rules of Procedure. N. Right Honourable Speaker, having debated this matter, I move a motion that this matter should be closed since we have a coffee bill that people are waiting for, and we proceed to a coffee bill that Ugandans have been waiting. And Right Honourable Speaker, that's why even Parliament is still full at this moment, because we have our area of interest. Right Honourable Speaker, I propose you put a question that the report be adopted with amendments. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is it seconded?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by Honourable Bois that the question be put and the report be adopted the way it is, with all the amendments, mostly on the ministers. I beg to move.
Honorable members, honorable members, the motion has been seconded. It was proposed, has been seconded. The amendments have been made. We need an action in the first sitting of the next session. First sitting of the next session. We need. When is the next session? We need an action taken in the first sitting of the next session. We need a response, Treasury memorandum. Honorable members, we need a response from government on the first meeting of the next session. There are other things that they are supposed to do in terms of cancellation, the rest you can do. Yes, Honorable Katuntu. I mean, Honorable Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have made amendments. which have been captured. And Madam Speaker, I think the clerk is aware. Maybe if we can remind us.
We will extract the amendments.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker.
We will extract the resolution of this House and send to every individual.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we have seen things bordering forgery, and that's fraud. And the people who are involved are here on the front bench. And this House is not meant to have fraudsters on the front bench. Wouldn't it be procedure right that a notice is put that action by Parliament to deal with fraudsters who are members on the front bench start immediately?
Can I seek some clarification? Clarification. Madam Speaker. Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Elijah.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Nandala has talked in parables. You are now giving a general blame to the front bench. Can you be specific and name the people you are calling for this?
I think he's meaning Imbwa. Are you meaning Imbwa?
Madam Speaker, I don't think Honorable Imbwa is in this report. But there are those who are in the what? In the report. So the report will be extracted, and I'm sure all these members know them. And they also know themselves. So they also know themselves. And they're also looking at me.
Honorable members, just for record purpose, the revised recommendations. One was from Honorable Mpuga. Now you're going to miss the recommendations. The amendments. Honorable Mbua. Honorable Mbua. The amendments that we are making, honorable members, I am actually happy that you're taking a lot of time on this, and you will fail to debate in the next. But you're taking my time. The amendments that we have is to investigate ULC by the same committee. The 17 million ex gratia to be revised to the current market value. Honorable Shabe, the purpose of the land should be considered and returned to its original use. That the entire transaction be cancelled. All those who acted on alleged presidential directives with disregard of the law must be held personally liable. That is from Honorable Mafavi. Honorable Amero, the PSST should be held responsible. I made a correction. I made a correction on illegality of Honorable Amero was talking like a woman from Amuria. Now I made a correction. You said he should be retired, but I said let's follow the law. I now put a question. That the report of the ad hoc committee on Naguru-Nakawa land allocation be adopted by this House with the amendments. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, honorable members, can we go to the next report? But before, honorable members, before we go to the next report, there is a document to be laid by Honorable Musasisi.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the supplementary schedule number 2 for financial year 2021-2022. I beg to lay.
Honorable members, free sitting, feel free to sit anywhere, apart from this one seat of the Speaker. I refer that to the Budget Committee and must be handled as fast as possible. Honorable members, we had a controversial issue here where you've been alleging and saying the presiding officer must have been bribed, compromised. But I want to tell you one thing. It's good to have a
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari ambapo tunakutangazia moja kwa moja kutoka studio zetu zilizopo mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano na huu hapa ndo muktasari wa habari. Uhalifu wa jinai mwaka 2021 uliongezeka kwa asilimia 0.1, polisi yaarifu. Mamlaka ya uwekezaji UIA yataka uwekezaji wa ndani kuongezeka. Na fuko la walemavu latoa dola milioni 5 kuendelea kuwapigania haki zao. Habari ya kwanza. Ripoti ya polisi ya uhalifu wa jinai ya mwaka 2021 inaonyesha mwongezeko mkubwa wa uhalifu wa jinai kuwa katika 0.1%. Inspekta mkuu wa polisi John Martins Okoth Ochola anahusisha hali hiyo na mlipuko wa janga la COVID-19 na athari zake zilizosababisha mdororo wa uchumi kutokana na biashara zote kusimamishwa wakati huo. Wakati wa usomaji wa ripoti hiyo ya mwaka 2021 leo katika makao makuu ya polisi Naguru, Kampala, ilibainika kuwa kesi za uhalifu wa jinai 196 na 81 ziliripotiwa mwaka 2021 kinyume na mwaka 2020 ambapo ni kesi 196 931 zilizoripotiwa sawa na 0.1%. IGP Ochola anazungumzia umuhimu wa kuongeza matumizi ya teknolojia kuimarisha operesheni za polisi katika udhibiti wa uhalifu wa jinai. Uhalifu wa kingono ulioripotiwa mwaka 2021 ni visa 16,373 sawa na 8.2%, ambapo uhalifu huo uliongezeka kwa 1.4%. Visa vya uhalifu wa kigaidi navyo viliripotiwa mwaka huo na vikawa ni 21, ambapo viliongezeka kwa 80%, huku usafirishaji haramu wa binadamu nao ukipanda kwa 4.3%, ambapo visa 421 vya usafirishaji haramu wa binadamu viliripotiwa mwaka huo. Watu walemavu kote nchini wanahimizwa kupigania haki zao kwa amani pale ambapo wanakuwa na manunguniko. Wito huo umetolewa